Welcome to the morning news. I am Cookie T. Coming up in the headlines. Special courts to deal with Galamsey cybercrime and human trafficking to be rolled out from Monday, February 9th. State closes its case after leading 4 witnesses to testify against NPP's Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Boisiako-Antwi, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi. Ghana's inflation hits a historic 3.8% low in January, sparking demands for aggressive rate cuts by the central bank. Chief Justice His Lordship Paul Bafo-Boni has raised concerns over foreign nationals involved in Galamsey, questioning how they enter the country and escape even after arrest. He says that this underscores the need for stronger collaboration between the Judicial Service and the Ghana Immigration Service and the Prison Service to combat the menace and other transactional crimes as courts faces heavy congestion. Samuel Yeboah brings us this report.
Illegal mining in Galamsey continues to pose a major challenge in Ghana, with foreign nationals increasingly involved. During a working visit to the Ghana Immigration Service, the Chief Justice, His Lordship Paul Bafo-Boni, raised concerns over the growing influx of foreign nationals into the country. He highlighted cybercrime, human trafficking and narcotic trafficking as pressing issues, noting that these crimes are contributing to a growing backlog of cases in the court. With specialized courts set to be rolled out from Monday, the Chief Justice says stronger collaboration between institutions will help fast-track cases and tackle these crimes.
In my bid to tackle congestion in courts, we have decided that we are going to set up dual morning and afternoon court system. Some judges will sit in the morning and other judges will sit in the afternoon. We intend to create special courts, and they are going to be rolled out coming Monday. These special courts are going to deal with cybercrime, Galamsey, human trafficking, cross-border crimes.
The Comptroller General of the Ghana Immigration Service, Samuel Basintali Amadou, says tougher punishment could serve as a deterrent, especially as nationals from other West African countries are increasingly getting involved in illegal mining.
Normally when we go to court, the fines are so minimal that it's not deterrent enough. With your help and support, we would want to see if those penalties could be reviewed to make them punitive. ECOWAS nationals especially using Ghanaians to try to acquire Ghanaian citizenship. In fact, we are collaborating with NIA. They start with the Ghana card. So we are going to deploy our men to assist the NIA. We are the people who fish them out at the passport offices. So this is one area that we can do a lot to help Ghana.
The Chief Justice also made a stop at the Ghana Prison Service headquarters to deliberate on how collaboration between the Judicial Service and the Ghana Prison Service can help address congestion in the prisons.
Still staying in the courts, the state has closed its case after leading 4 witnesses to testify against the NPP's Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Boisiako-Antwi, popularly known as Chairman Wontumi. The NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman has been jointly charged with Akonta Mining Company Limited on a total of 4 counts relating to the assignment of mineral rights without approval and facilitating unlicensed mining operations. Lord Eduasari reports.
Bernard Boisiako-Antwi, also known as Chairman Wontumi, together with his company Akonta Mining, have pleaded not guilty to the charges and are on bail. Director of Akonta Mining, Kwame Antwi, who is currently on the run, is also facing 2 counts of assignment of mineral rights without approval and purposely facilitating an unlicensed mining operation. On Wednesday, February 4, prosecution's 4th and final witness, An official from the Minerals Commission told the court during cross-examination by counsel for Bernard Buesako-Entry that there was no record at the commission indicating that Chairman Wontumi's company applied for the land minister's approval to assign or transfer mineral rights to any individual. Lead counsel for Bernard Buesako-Entry, Andy Apiakubi, suggested to the prosecution witness that there was no legal assignment between Akonta Mining and Henry Okum, prosecution's second witness, to the knowledge of the Minerals Commission and all other agencies of state. Joseph Iroko, however, responded that it would rehash what he had outlined in his witness statement. After the defense lawyers completed their cross-examination, Deputy Attorney General Dr. Justice Remsai indicated that the prosecution had closed its case. And the Apiakubi then prayed the courts for adequate time to file the submission of no case for Bernard Buesako-Entry and Akonta Mining, adding that due to the technicality of the case, 4 weeks would be prudent. Presiding Judge Audrey Kokuvite then adjourned the case to February 18 and ordered the defense lawyers to file the submission of no case in 14 days. In the event the court finds merit in the submission of no case, Wontumi would be discharged. However, if a prima facie is established, he will be directed to open his defense. Lord Idwasari, TV3 News, Accra.
Let's move to Parliament now, as policy document for the 24-hour economy program has been presented to Parliament for scrutiny and approval by the House to give effect to its implementation. This follows months of minorities' demands for such documents to allow for proper oversight. A bill establishing the 24-hour economy authority has been laid. Let's take a look.
In 2025, especially in the last session of that year, the minority made repeated demands for official document for flagship programs like the 24-hour economy, 1 million coders program, national apprenticeship program, among others. They made the claim that although government had launched those programs and Parliament approved substantial budgetary allocations, legislators did not have the official documentations to scrutinize those programs. And so it raised a question about transparency and accountability. Today in Parliament, the Majority Leader, Mahama Yarega, has presented the policy document for the 24-hour economy, and it has been referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration.
Something that Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah has been advocating, and we have so dutifully listened and responded to him. A very comprehensive document on the 24-hour economy. So the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, you know, based on a request that has been made by my friends in the minority, for this report to be laid so that it can be shared among members of the House.
And it is referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report.
In addition to the policy document, the bill which is establishing the 24-hour economy authority has been laid and forwarded to the relevant committee. Now, for the ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee, this is a giant gain, but it doesn't end there, because they are going to do a further scrutiny of the policy document as well as the bill.
Because it's the real foundation of the work that you are doing as a government. It's what helps you yourself to even measure and track the work you are doing, whether it's the minority or civil society or citizens in general. That's how come you can track and see the work that is going on. So we'll continue the advocacy, and we're not just asking for the documents to file, we're asking for it so that we can go into it and use it for the oversight function of Parliament. So you can rest assured that we're going to use these documents to track the implementation of these programs.
The Ofasia Arabi Member of Parliament also touched on the inflation figures and says, although the figures in the books are positive, they do not commiserate with the daily living realities of Ghanaians.
As I'm hearing that figure, I'm also getting a lot of messages from people who are saying that what they see on the market doesn't exactly correspond with that. I'm sure when the government statistician appears before us, we'll have an opportunity to interrogate the data that they have and match it to what is really happening.
There are a raft of bills that have been proposed. Also, there are legislative instruments and regulations that the House is expected to consider in this sitting, which is predominantly going to be led by the presentation of the State of the Nation address by the President. Christian Yali, TV3 News, Parliament.
Thank you, Christian Iyali. Still on the economy, Ghana's annual inflation rate fell to a nearly three-decade low of 3.8% in January 2026. This milestone has heightened demands for the Bank of Ghana to consider a fifth consecutive policy rate cut. Industry analysts are suggesting a reduction of 200 to 300 basis points to significantly lower borrowing costs and stimulate economic growth.
The pace of the slowdown in inflation rate has been remarkable. The January 2026 figure of 3.8% represents a massive 19.7% drop from the 23.5% recorded in January 2025. This is a 13th consecutive decline in inflation. It also reflects a significant cooling from December 2025, where inflation stood at 5.4%, a 1.6 percentage points decline in just 1 month. Government statistician Dr. Alassane Idrisu believes the economy is progressing towards price stability.
It is the lowest inflation rate recorded since the CPI rebasing in 2021. This sustained decline signals that Ghana is firmly on a path towards price stability.
Finance and tax analyst Nelson Kujo Kwabeji recounts the drivers under disinflationary pressures.
We have seen relative stability of food prices in the market right from last quarter of 2025 till now. From last quarter of last year, we have seen reduction in fuel prices, which means that transportation costs has also remained relatively stable. Stability of the Ghana cedi has also helped in the sense that imported food inflation has also reduced marginally.
Dr. Idrisu urged government to lock in these gains through strict fiscal discipline and targeted agricultural investment.
For government, it's important to sustain the fiscal discipline, continue efforts to stabilize food prices, and invest in storage, irrigation, transport, and market access to reduce regional disparities.
Now that inflation has hit a historic low of 3.8% and the policy rate has been reduced to 15.5%, Kwabeji says all eyes are on the Bank of Ghana as the Monetary Policy Committee prepares to meet in March 2026.
I think cost of capital needs to go down further. And so we think that the policy rate or the benchmark rate should come down by some 200 to 300 basis points to about 12.5%, so that the Ghana reference rate, which is currently at 14.58%, can also come down. And once all these variables come down, we expect lending rate to also come down significantly.
All right, so let's move to transport-related matters now. In a bid to find lasting solutions to the persistent transport challenges in the capital, government has announced plans to retool the State Transport Corporation, STC, with 500 new coaches. The company has also revived its workshop to maintain aging fleets while management awaits the arrival of the new buses. Transport Minister Joseph Bukari-Nikwe paid a working visit to the company to acquaint himself with the prevailing challenges.
Transport Minister Joseph Bukari-Nikwe, accompanied by his deputy Dr. Afo-Tofe and officials from the ministry, has visited Intercity STC to assess operational challenges and deliberate on measures to address them. Management says it inherited a system in which the majority of the company's coaches had broken down, coupled with huge indebtedness. However, following ongoing restructuring efforts, STC is gradually recovering, with improvement in revenue generation from parcel and valuation services. Amid the worsening transport situation in Accra, government says the retooling of STC with 500 new buses forms a key part of efforts to ease the pressure.
We've been able to secure government approval to bring in 500 buses. The vehicles will come in phases. The first phase we are expecting 100. In fact, we got approval from our board just last week to do a kind of a lease-to-own agreement with a private company to bring in 100 to start with. Those 100 were expecting them latest by May. But then we still have some other systems in place to bring in the 400. It is having a little bit delay because procurement processes are very long.
The new coaches are expected to provide both intracity and intercity services. STC management has revived its automobile workshop with staff operating on a 24-hour schedule to repair old fleets that were immobilized due to accidents and mechanical faults. Transport Minister Joseph Bukari maintains that comprehensive measures are underway to address the transport challenges in the capital.
The commercial vehicles are fewer in the system. Private vehicles have taken over the streets. So if the private sector is unable to feed in now, government will have to work because government exists to solve problems of the citizenry, and we cannot keep on. But just to caution that the private sector should take advantage. If not, that time to come, they will be saying that government have taken over the activities, because what we are going to do in terms of retooling will be a way that they themselves will not find space.
Accra continues to grapple with a deepening transport crisis marked by heavy traffic congestion, inadequate public transport options, and unapproved fare hikes by some private operators. Government believes the retooling of STC and renewed investment in fleet expansion could provide some relief. However, commuters say the real test will be how quickly these interventions translate into reliable, affordable and accessible transport services on the ground. Stanley Niblew, TV3 News, Accra.
Now from transport, let's move to water, as Ghana Water Company Limited has uncovered 229 illegal connections from 2024 to date, charging offenders a total of 8.6 million cedis. So far, 2.1 million cedis has been recovered. The managing director, Adam Mutawakilu, says the company's low production stems from operational and financial challenges.
According to the Ghana Water Limited, pollution of water bodies remains a major obstacle, as the daily demand for water now stands at 350 million gallons. Treatment facilities can only produce 220 million gallons, leaving a deficit of 130 million gallons every day. In Accra-Tema metropolitan area alone, demand is 210 million gallons per day, while supply is just 137 million gallons, creating a shortfall of 73 million gallons daily. Managing Director of Ghana Water Limited, Adam Mutawakilu, highlighted debt as a major hindrance.
Outstanding arrears across customer category now run into billions of cedis nationwide. It rose from 1.6 billion in 2023 to 2.1 billion Ghana cedis in 2024, per our audited financial statement. Unpaid bills translate directly into reduced service delivery.
He attributed revenue losses to illegal connections, meter bypassing, billing anomalies, and water theft.
Between August and December 2025, we achieved the following. 217 illegal connections were discovered. 239 illegal connection detectors as we speak. Out of this, 8.6 million has been charged. Out of this 8.6 million, 3 million it relates to only 2 clients. 2 clients amount to 3 million. The balance of the 5.6 amount to the remaining 237. 2.1 million has so far been recovered. We have written to them, some have come voluntarily to pay. Those who have not yet, our legal counsel has taken it to the next step to proceed to court.
To address commercial losses, the Ghana Water Limited has expanded its revenue enhancement teams from 3 to 10. At the inauguration of the additional teams, the Managing Director of Ghana Water Limited appealed to customers to pay their water bills promptly.
And to our last story for the morning, the Western Naval Command has seized 75 gallons of suspected diesel fuel during an intelligence-led operation at the Sekondi fishing harbor. Now, the operation on Tuesday, 3rd February 2026, followed intelligence received by the command regarding an ongoing fuel transaction at the harbor. Acting swiftly on the information, the Command Operations Officer, Commander Joshua Maximpini, led a team of operatives to the scene to investigate. On arrival, the team found the suspected fuel being offloaded from a canoe. The products were immediately seized and together with the canoe brought to the naval base in Sekondi. 2 suspects are assisting with ongoing investigations. Sample of the seized products were taken by the National Petroleum Authority for forensic analysis to ascertain its composition and quality as part of ongoing investigations. All right, and this is where we end News Morning. TV3 NewDay continues with myself and Roland Walker after this break. But I said, what's going on? Like even in the seats, I don't see you.
I refuse to endorse
No,
it.
but even in the seats, like I don't see you doing any moves.
No, I dance, but I think this temptation, I refuse to endorse it.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that I haven't seen you dance in a long time. What was it part of your...
Chairman Godwin Tamaklo of the Rates Group, good morning to you. Chairman Prosper, Dr. Salifu Combat. You are with the National Health Insurance Authority, Director for the Upper East Region, and then of course Edmond Combat, my great brother, great friend as well, Managing Director, Tema Oil Refinery, Edu Jitamaklo, the rest of the great personalities we have watching us, and then Chairman Frank Boa of Maha Beach Resort, etc., and all of them. Please, we're grateful. Today I have a big funeral.
What happened? Who passed?
The mom of the finance boss for engineers and planners, Pai Fianco, Pai Usu Fianco. The mom has passed, so we're going for a funeral today. So
her soul rest in peace.
Yeah, my soul rest. We'll be at Jowulu, the global, the Covenant Presbyterian Church also.
Where are the Fiancos from? I think we're a little related because I think I have some family members who are Fiancos.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I do. Anyway, our thoughts and prayers are with the family.
So
good morning to
all of us will be, it is today, the Covenant Congregation, that's the Presbyterian Church of Ghana, the Covenant Congregation is located in Jowulu. And so between 7:30 to 9 a.m., we're going to have the church service, etc. And so that's why I'm in black. I'm mourning.
But you still look nice, though.
Yeah.
You still look nice.
I look good?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you're more close up, Anna. You're more close up.
Oh,
close up. No, sir, I was saying more. You have to zoom in.
Propaganda Anyway, so yesterday the statistical service did announce that inflation for the last month was pegged at 3.8. And basically we know it's the percentage rate at which we have prices increasing or decreasing in that order. The narrative from the politicians on the side of the opposition is that we're not feeling it in our pocket.
In our pockets.
But I don't know. But there are some items on the market which have seen drastic
Well,
reduction.
I started asking questions yesterday, and at the market I was asking how much the friend salmon or Ghana no macro. I mean it's macro, but a friend is salmon. So I was asking how much it was in the past, and really and truly, it used to be about 50 cities to 60 cities, but now even with 25 Ghana cities, so it's mean salmon at all, you know. And I'm told that around this time we should have been fighting over the prices of tomatoes and onions, but that's not what's happening. Like things are really reducing, but I really want to understand from the Ghanaian populace if they are really feeling it in their pockets. So from the markets to your dining table, is it really reflecting that the inflation rate has come down? That's what we want to ask this morning. But I'm sure you'll be discussing it for the big issue as well.
So we're going to have Shamima, the rest, Auntie Rhoda, as well as Dr. Idusa Akwadi of the University of Ghana will be joining us so that we explain some of these matters and look at the economics of it as well. And then, of course,
the renaming.
It seems to be dividing opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, I particularly, I am.
You are indifferent, right?
Yeah.
You are indifferent. Yeah. Whether it stays or it's changed,
because,
it doesn't
you know,
really...
the generations have transitioned. At the time that Kotoka and his cohorts undertook the coup, there were mass numbers of Ghanaians who were in the belief and the frame of mind that Nkrumah needed to go. But I think that decades later, Nkrumah seemed to have been a very good president and good omen for us than he was not. And so the judgment really is positively on the side of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Nkrumah. And so his overthrow today is being looked on as anathema, something that should not have happened. And I think that it's also in order that when we're telling history, we're able to do that as well.
Right.
And for those who tend to rule, once it's your regime in place, you become the hero, is that not it?
Yes.
So after that overthrow, we had the LNLC in place subsequently. It also means that Kotoka was a hero as well. And, well, we'll see how that goes. At the end of the day, the decision has been made. The announcement has also been made that it will be changed to Accra International Airport. Again, before the change to Kotoka International Airport.
Was Accra.
It was Accra.
It was Accra International Airport,
and so I think rightfully changing it is in order.
And at the time that it was changed, yesterday I got a lot of education on Ghana Tonight. Koko, that's what I was trying to draw your attention to. We got a lot of education on there because you see the parliamentary process that this is about to go through was the same thing it went through some time back before it was changed to Kotoka International Airport. So for us to take it back to Accra International Airport, well, it still has to go through the process. But I was listening to Dr. Nyahu Tamaklo, and he's very disappointed that the NDC would even initiate something like this. He's thinking that, no, it's totally unnecessary, and he was thinking that the NDC party would have done better than follow or go on the tangent of changing names here and there. And, well, it's brought divided views out there. Some say it's okay, let's change it. Others say there are more important issues to be dealt with in the country. Can we take care of those issues rather than embark on a spree of changing this and changing that? I don't know what your thoughts are this morning.
Well, I don't particularly think that there's been a spree of name changing. Rather, it's the previous government that did that
was on a spree.
Yeah. This one we have
almost all the universities.
We have one edifice.
Okay.
That has the name being changed.
Right.
And so we don't have a spree.
Okay, so it's just one.
I think that adjective is really not.
All right, so I take it back. I take back the adjective of the spree.
Oh, it's an opinion you hold.
Well, so I take it back. The spree.
You
this
hold
one
an
is not a
opinion,
spree.
I also hold a different
You do,
opinion.
and every one of it is welcome. So let's know what your thoughts are this morning. We'll be activating the phone lines in no time. But let's take a look at our guest for the morning. Of course, you've mentioned that Shemima Muslim would be here. Rodlin Imoro Ayana.
Hajia will be
yes,
here.
Yes. Hajia Gloria Amenu would be here. Susan Amankwa. And then Dr. Edu Owusu Sarkodie, who is also an economist, will contribute his quota to the discussion this morning. But special happy birthday going out to Blaubi Richard Abbey Jr. Blaubi Richard Abbey Jr. It's your birthday today, senior. Happy birthday and congratulations.
Means that he went to Accra.
He went to Accra Academy. Yes, he went to Accra Academy. Congratulations on all you have achieved and still achieving. It's beautiful to see. Happy birthday to you, Richard Abbey Jr. All right, you can send us your messages. We're about to activate the phone lines. Let's know if the inflation rate that has come to nearly a 3-decade low of 3.8% is reflecting in your pocket, or when you go to the market, when you're buying your daily essentials from water to beverages to your Milo to everything else that you consume on a daily basis, to sugar, to milk and all of that. Is it really reflecting? And this morning, I'm interested in the women calling. The women are particularly those who go to the market. I know you're busy getting the kids ready for school. That's your excuse for not calling us in the morning. Very understandable. But if you can spare a few minutes this morning, the women especially, to call us to really let us know if it's reflective in the chop money, that's given to you every day or every week or every month. Let's know if you're saving some amount of money, seeing as our inflation rate is going down now. It's at an all-time low of 3.8%. Let's know if it's reflective in your pocket this morning. All right, so we're cashing out again this morning. 3 of you winning 2,000 Ghana cedis. Yesterday, I dished out all of it. This morning again, you can dial *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. Please, you're choosing option 2, which is the TV3 option. You follow the rest of the prompts. You can win 2,000 Ghana cedis. Please don't stay and say that you play late, Debbie. Don't do that. Start playing now so that you can increase your chances of winning. *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. Let's get to this morning. Pick your thoughts and opinion on the inflation rate that is at an all-time low of 3.8%. This is TV3 NewDay.
Ability.
It is the lowest inflation rate recorded since the CPI rebasing in 2021. This sustained decline signals that Ghana is firmly on a path towards price stability. Government, it's important to sustain the fiscal discipline, continue efforts to stabilize food prices, and invest in storage, irrigation, transport, and market access to reduce regional disparity.
Well, lowest since 2021. Call us this morning, or you can also send us your messages, Facebook and everywhere that we are streaming. Let's know what your thoughts are. Is it really reflective when you go on the market? The corner stores or the corner shops that you have in your various areas. Okoto Milo. If you're going to buy Milo, if you're going to buy sugar, if you're going to buy fish, whatever it is that you need for your daily survival, yatete so anase yentete so. That's the question we are asking this morning. Send us your messages as well. We'll do well to read many of them as possible. Kwame Nick has already sent one, but it's in relation to transportation. And he says, good morning, New Day. Concerning the transportation, I remember that few months to 2024 elections, DMB commissioned some electric buses. Please, where are they? Where are they? Ghanaians are really struggling for transportation. All right, that's
the electric buses. They are in use.
They are in use,
yeah,
right?
You find them on the street, especially in Accra.
Right.
I think
but it doesn't look like we have a lot of them now.
So we'll need more. I think at the time was 10 that was brought in to experiment with.
Right. But yesterday, Honorable Nikwe was also speaking, and he says that for the interventions that they are about to introduce, the private transport operators would want to be on the lookout because they probably would even go out of business. That's what he said. And well, let's see if that's going to happen. Already he stated that 500 new buses are being introduced onto the fleet market, that the inadequate fleet market that we have at the moment. But hopefully after the 500 are introduced, we'll see how that goes. Do we have our first caller on the line?
Yes.
All right. Rejoice, thank God. I said that women should call, and they are indeed calling. Rejoice.
Right, they are the best assessors.
Well, we go to the market, so we are the best people to tell. Rejoice, good morning. I really appreciate you calling us. Thank you very much.
First
How are you doing? Yeah.
I'm good, Cookie. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Rejoice. You're calling from inside Burma Camp.
Are you getting the kids ready for
which
school?
Which part of Burma Camp?
Supply.
Oh, supply, yeah.
Oh,
I lived in Burma Camp.
Oh, you
years.
did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, nice.
Rejoice, let's hear you. Are you getting the kids ready for school, by the way, or no?
So I'm going to work, but then I have to say this.
All right. Tell us, last weekend, I'm sure you did some cooking. This week, I'm sure you bought some stuff for the house as well. Is it really reflective that the inflation rate is coming down?
Not really, because if you have to go and buy tomatoes, they're super expensive. So I'm not really sure whether it's working. And apart from being in an office, I also do beaded stuff. And when we go out to buy our beads, it's super. Sometimes I wonder if they hadn't reduced the dollar rate, because it's still the same price they were selling to us when dollar was high. And now that it's reduced, it is still the same. So, yes, they have given us a figure of 3.8, but that is not reality.
Okay. Rejoice, we thank you for your call this morning. Thanks for sharing your opinion with us. Do have a very beautiful, productive day. And please, the women out there, call us. We go to the market, we know, or we can ascertain exactly what's going on. I'm not sidelining the men. I'm not saying that the men don't go to the market, but of course, culturally and primarily, we do the buying for the house. So do let us know what your thoughts are this morning. Right. Another caller on the line or no? Shall we take a look now at the inflation rates that we've had? Okay, so Rolly, would you want to take us through this right now?
Okay, so we have the inflation rates trajectory from January 2025 to 26, so that's almost like year to year.
1 year now.
Yeah, so year to year as we. So you have year to date what the inflation rate is, and for.
So the inflation rate is the blue, the one in the blue, and the policy rate is the one in the red.
And so you'll find that by January 2025, we had the inflation rate reported to be 23.5%. Subsequently, we saw it sliding down and getting to about August 2025, 11.5. And then since then, this is where we are. The month before the last, that would be December 2025, within the Christmas month, the rate at which prices, that percentage rate, were increasing or reducing was at 5.4%.
Yes.
So we have it 3.8 now. And again, the understanding that people need to get is that in economics, when they say that inflation is low, it just means that the rate at which they would have been increasing, that rate is slower. So it doesn't necessarily mean that if a price of an item was 10 Ghana cedis.
It means that today it will be 5.
Yeah, so an instant case that we can use in just opposing will be that period in 2022, especially from June to about October.
Right.
Particularly September, October 2022, when we had prices increasing by almost every other day. So that also culminated in us having 54% by year's end 2022.
Oh, that's some good education. So it means that in economic terms, it being at 3.8% right now does not necessarily mean that products are getting reduced on the market.
It also means that, for example, if by August 2025, you knew that the inflation rate was at 11.5%, then you know that by the time it is December at 5.4%, that rate of reduction
was
or the rate at
gradually.
which it would increase was very slow. And so there are other indicators then will improve your purchasing, put the money in your pocket, etc., which is that you can better plan.
Right.
It also means that if you're buying an item at X Ghana cedis, you are likely able to budget for your household or any other expenditure on your domestic budget, that I can buy it at this item even constantly for 5 months or 10 months.
Okay, so
basically
it's more about the stability in prices.
And that's why we have it. So what other factors would influence will be the forex rate, particularly when we know that sometimes we could have imported inflation, or we have items that we import which are influenced by the forex rate. That would be the dollar, the British pound, etc.
Right. Okay.
But of course, for political reasons, we tend to put all.
I know, That's a beautiful education. Thank you. TV3 NewDay here. You get it all here. And I'm told another caller is on the line. You've joined us here on TV3 NewDay. You're welcome.
Cookie, my name is Isa calling from Bole.
Isa?
Yes, please.
Okay, Isa. How is Bole this morning?
This morning, Excellency President Mahama need to fire the trade minister and then the transport minister.
Why do you say that?
Why am I saying that? Cookie, 5 months ago, a truck that always takes my cement to Kumasi to Bole. If I tell you that it's still the same price, you will not believe it.
No, wait.
Today,
wait. Isa, wait. Let's take it one at a time. 5 months ago, the truck that used to lift your cement from Wale Wale to Kumasi is not charging the same price anymore, or is the same price?
What I'm saying is that... hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I said the transport, the cost of the transport. A bag of cement.
Right.
It's still the same price, the transportation. The transport.
Okay.
The transportation. But today, when you go to the pump, the fuel has been reduced.
Oh, okay. I get you now.
So the transport minister is sitting there aloof without doing anything. So the inflation will not affect the ordinary citizen. You get it?
I get you now, yes.
5 months ago, a bag of cement was 116 Ghana cedis. By then, $1 was 14.8.
Okay.
Today, the same dollar is now 10, 11.
Right.
That has been reduced abroad. Dollar has been reduced. Taxes, whatever taxes has been removed. Is that not it?
Yes. And how much is the cement now?
Port duty, I'm coming, my sister. Port duties has been reduced.
Okay.
But last month, the manufacturers, they have made attempts to increase cement by 6 Ghana cedis. It took ordinary citizens to protest, and they have reversed that decision. And the minister is sitting there aloof. That is the trade minister. They are not on top of their duty. If they were top of their duty by now, we should be buying 60 Ghana cedis or 70 Ghana cedis in the north. I know because of transport, Accra are enjoying the 70 cedis and the 75, but because of transport costs, it's costing we the north. You get.
I understand you, Issa.
So president should do a reshuffling so that if you're a sector minister and you are not working, I think you rise up and do your work well so that the ordinary citizens will enjoy the city.
Okay.
If not, you hear that dollar is 9 city, dollar is 10 city, but it's not reflected on the market, my sister.
Issa, thank you very much.
Yes.
Your sentiments
My
are
sister,
very
hello.
well noted. Your
Hello.
sentiment, yes, sir.
Yeah, my sister, my second appeal, I want to appeal to the energy minister.
Okay.
We are facing a lot of challenges in Bole, like extension.
Okay.
Since 92 up to date, ZRA, they haven't done any. So I want to appeal to the sector minister. At least he should try his boss hometown. This is his last legacy, President Mahama. He's left with his 3 years to quit. At least the sector ministers, they should try and then do something. And then our youth are jobless. They should try and enroll them.
Issa, thank you. Issa, thank you. Other people are also waiting in line to speak to us, so I'm sorry. We'll have to leave it here for now. Issa, thank you so much. Prosper, you've also joined us. Prosper, where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Saki.
From where?
Saki.
Yeah, Saki.
Okay.
Bediako Saki.
Yeah, Bediako Saki, exactly.
Okay. Talk to us, Prosper.
Okay. It's like the previous caller, the one that called, has taken every word out of my mouth.
Okay.
I was coming to call for the head of the trade minister. He's just trying to be an armchair trade minister.
Oh.
I used to buy I take tea every morning, and I buy this hot oven bread. At the rate of 17 cedis, that hot oven bread at 18 cedis. Now the dollar has come down around 10. We are now buying the bread at 20 cedis. Even the minister is an armchair minister. 20. Okay. Dollar at 17. Corn at the back of Carlos around so 800 cedis thereabout. Now corn, I'm told, is around 300 cedis a bag. Thinking is still selling at 55 cedis, even at some places 7 cedis. Prices are not coming down. I mean, according to the inflation rate they are talking about. If you go to the market, drivers they have reduced their prices. They used to say the transportation cost, the petrol is associated so. 14 feet a liter.
Prosper.
You were buying those things at the price.
Prosper.
Now
very well. Yes, Prosper. Very well noted. We understand the import of your message, and I want to thank you for your time. Your connection is not quite accurate this morning, so you keep just going in and out of the conversation, but we do understand your sentiments. Thank you for calling us. Another caller is from Bole, I'm told. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Your name?
Yes, Inawa calling from Timpani.
Oh, Timpani. All right. Inawa, let's hear you.
I think what is happening is that is the law enforcement. If things are now down, like especially the fuel, that is affecting everything. The law should also deal with those who are selling the things in the market. And when you look at what is happening, especially the farmer side, if government is able to do something about the fertilizer, it will also help the farmers so that they can reduce their prices for their goods.
Okay.
Because we are getting something. There's something in our factors now.
Okay.
The motor we used to buy in Togo, which was 18,000. You can now get it around 11,000.
Okay.
So there's something, but we need more. We need more.
All right. We do thank you for your call, and more messages are coming in. Really, I'll let you read a few messages.
Well, we have a couple of messages right here, and then there are other factors also that tend to influence pricing, but particularly for our economy and then the rest of the economies in sub-Saharan Africa, we don't do price control regimes.
Yeah, we don't. Why don't we do that?
Yeah,
I've
because
always
we leave that to the market forces.
I've always asked, why don't we do price control?
It's got its advantages and disadvantages as well. So, so we also have to take that into cognizance.
Right.
The drivers or those who own public transport or the private transportation that is used for public transportation claim that spare parts haven't been reduced drastically as a result of that. Even though fuel has been reducing and it's still reducing over the period, they can reduce their transport fares. But then the question we have to ask is it astronomical? And so those are some of the factors that will tend to influence it as well. So let me just read a couple of your messages. And let me start this one from Fred Ampo, my good brother and friend. He goes by his school name. I call him Shistus. He's an educationist, so good morning to you, Mr. Fred Ampo. Says that, please tell Kukiti that in my home, I'm the one who goes to the market to shop and not my wife, usually. I have done this for the past 20 years. Just last Saturday, I was, as usual, in the Tema market to shop, and I can attest to the fact that prices of some selected commodities have drastically reduced, and prices are no longer increasing astronomically as it used to be the last couple of years. So as far as I am concerned, I think I'm feeling the inflation big time. You say you've been trying to call, but you haven't been able to go through. So the light situation in Offenso is very bad, and the leadership of the country must sit up. Abbas Mogobo from Offenso. Mo Ajaman is watching us from Germany. He says, what benefits do citizens really gain from low inflation and a stable dollar rate? There should be effective measures to regulate prices in the market, even within a free market system or economy. It is unfortunate that many providers of goods and services focus mainly on profit without considering the welfare of customers or the consumer public. Very instructive there. Prince Henry Kofodia, good morning to you, says that I love the subject you are discussing, and I want to also tell you that I have a declaration of intent to contest for the position of NDC Eastern Regional Communication Officer, okay, PHK. PHK has sent that message as well.
Right. I've got some here. Can I read some from here?
Okay, please do.
Okay, Honorable Lazarus says, good morning, Kukiti and Roli. With regards to the inflation, I used to spend 600 cedis on fuel, but last week I spent 450 Ghana. When it comes to food too, most of the restaurants here in Sunyani have returned or reduced prices to the previous prices before they were increased. But the inflation rate doesn't actually cause major changes in prices, but rather it gives us a stable market. All right, Roli reiterated that this morning. Another one from Kinrak says, Cookie, please, inflation dropped, but nothing is reflecting in the market and the shops. Prices of food and commodities are stable, though no increment or reduction, which we also expect reduction due to the inflation dropping. I will say we are enemies to ourselves and our progress in this country. Kennedy Azaglu says, Cookie, the inflation is down to 3.8 is good, but we are our own problem. How can you buy 24 pieces of malt and sell one for 20 Ghana cedis? I can't think far. Okay. We hear you. Do you have more, or I should go?
Well, I have a couple of messages coming through. So I'll read this one from Kofi Kwating Amanin Kukru. Good morning to Kofi Kwating Amanin Kukru. But let me say also good morning to you, Richard Amankwashi. And you say you're doing well. He says, please explain to her also deflation, which also will cause price of items to come down. And that's the inverse or the reverse as it is. And Kwesi Mensah is watching us from
Albany, New York. I know Albany, though.
You know Albany.
Yeah, I know Albany, yes.
Pascal Lumo says he wanted to contribute, but we have Lawson Jandu who is coming with a message. He says the prices of some things have come down, but the issue is those who sell to to the final consumer, especially the food vendors, make it difficult for prices to be reducing. Now, the cost of rice, oil, and other food items have reduced. But the wache seller, some time back, dishes a plate of wache at 15 Ghana cedis before the other things of preference. Today, they tell you that they don't scoop anything less than 15 Ghana cedis, even though the prices of all the components have reduced.
Hey.
Reason it appears like it's not trickling down, but we as a people are just something else. By now, Banku and Tilapia should be going for less than 100 Ghana cedis, but we are still buying it at 150 and 200 Ghana. That one I don't understand. There's a place in Tema that I buy Banku and Tilapia.
Right, it's still the same, right?
140. 180.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
And
they give you this big fish.
Yeah.
And you don't know what to do with it.
I know, right?
and so you're caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. Because 140 is big.
Exactly.
180 is big.
It's big.
And
big,
you go and buy, you
biggest,
can't eat.
and you
it's
can't
just
eat
crazy.
It.
I don't know why we do that.
Sally Futinga, let me read this one. It says, good morning to you. Watching live from the Upper East. Let me extend my greetings to my Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Mohammed Adams Sakwaru, Deputy Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation. Well, he says that the inflation is actually translating in our pockets because he used to buy a bag of rice for 1,000 Ghana cedis, and that now is going for 500 Ghana cedis. Oh, yeah. More messages rolling.
The phone lines are still open, but make sure you reach us. And Kwame Boateng, watching us from Kide, says that there are some items that consumers interface directly with, in which we don't have middlemen. So, for example, if you own your own car, you will directly feel the reduction in the price of fuel. But items which consumers buy, which have middlemen or those in the value chain, those interested people, whether they are wholesalers, retailers or sub-retailers, tend to keep the price stagnant or even increasing it subtly to make life difficult for the ordinary consumer. You can imagine if consumers would directly buy imported items from warehouses, they would experience low prices at which the items were imported. Very interesting comments that has been made. Frank Ameibo, you work with Boss Energies. Good morning to you. Great man. Wishing you well, my good friend as well. And then Alhaji Jibril, you say good morning to Edmond Komba. I've said that already. But Sherry Giovanni, I'll keep yours still.
Because her messages are usually long. There's a caller from Tema. Hello, good morning. Your name is...
My name is Isaac calling from Tema.
Okay, Isaac. Let's hear you. Tema tends to be relatively cheaper for some reason. I don't know how.
Tema?
Yes. Sometimes when I go to Tema Community...
I'm actually calling from Tema Newtown.
When I go to Tema Community One Market, I find their prices...
That's true. But then the Ashama market is even way cheaper.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, way cheaper.
All right.
But of course, you can go to Ashama.
Isaac, tell us what's going on. I can go to Ashama. You will take me.
This is my first time calling TV3.
You're very welcome.
First time contributing.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. Congratulations. We are happy to have you here. Let's hear you. What's happening in Tema regarding the inflation rate and the economy?
Talking about the inflation rate, I think it's reflecting in people's pockets.
Okay.
Because somewhere last 2 years, a bag of 5 kilo rice, which is being sold for 120, 130, today is being sold at 85 cedis and 90 cedis.
Okay. Comparing
where you are buying it from. So I can say, yes, the inflation actually is reflecting in goods. The prices of goods have been very stable. People can now plan and buy anytime.
Okay.
But my problem is somewhere last year the petrol prices keep reducing, and the dollar also keep reducing. But the transport fares keep at the same price.
Right.
We are not reducing transport fares. My problem is, if today, I don't want to be a prophet of doom, though, but if today things change or something happens within the country and the price of petrol
start with increasing again, are these drivers going to increase their fares?
Very legitimate question. Very valid question.
The petrol price has kept coming down, reducing. And the dollar also keep reducing. But our people are not reducing their transport fares. Somewhere last year, the transport fare was reduced about 15%, if I may remember. Some drivers decide not to reduce their fares. But now, if something should happen today, and then things change, and then the tables turn, and then the petrol price starts to increase again, you will see these drivers saying that the petrol price is increasing, so they're also increasing their lorry fares. But today, the price is reducing. When you go to the pumps, it's showing clear, but nothing is showing for the fares.
All right. Question well noted. You are not the only one asking. Many people are asking, and it's something that the Transport Ministry would have to take a critical look at. Thank you so much. Celestina says prices of goods have reduced drastically. A 50 kg bag of rice that was going for 880 to 980 is now 420 Ghana cedis. A 4 gallon of oil that was 920 to 1,000 is now 450. Cookie, a bag of cement is now 90 to 95, which was previously sold at 130 to 140 Ghana cedis. Prices of goods have really decreased. I can really mention all of it. We do appreciate your statistics this morning. Kwamina says, acidity says, for the first time in centuries, Ghana's inflation rate is 3.8. Okay, we all know that. And it says, mismanagement of Ghana's economy would expose you, Dr. Baumia. All right. Shaibu. Okay, I think there's another caller. Hello, good morning.
Hello, Kiki.
Is this Alaji?
Yes, I'm the one.
Hey, Alaji, today your voice has changed, pal. Alaji, are you feeling okay?
Hello, I'm okay, but I feel some Qatar.
Oh, Roland. Alaji, yeah, that's Alaji.
Oh.
Yeah. The vibration is very low.
Oh, Charlie.
Oh, Alaji, how are you?
You're not feeling well at all.
Yeah.
Alaji, you should go to the hospital.
I need to go to hospital.
Oh, this one, you don't need hospital?
No.
Where are you currently, Savalugu?
I'm in Savalugu.
Oh, today, dear, your vibration is very, very low today.
Oh, Alaji, this one is below your own record.
Yeah, but how do you know you don't need the hospital, Alaji? We need you alive, oh.
No, I won't go to hospital.
Alaji, your own record, the way you talk when you are opening your phone call.
Right?
Yeah.
How are you?
Oh, Alaji, you are slow. Boga make loose. I think the goats that are reflective of your name, they've run away.
It's run away.
The goats have run away.
It's coming back.
Relax.
You're not getting clear.
Papa, you said Papa Rowan. Please don't get headache because of this. Okay, make your submission.
Okay. Let me send my greeting to Shami Mamuta and
they are watching.
And my municipal chief executive, Hussein Alassane Bagaman, and Dr. Abukar Wuki, and your chief of staff, Honorable Bernard Ayafo, first deputy speaker of Parliament. I think sometimes when we look about our inflation, now 3.8, when you go to the market, we have some wicked people, and they have been doing there to punish people in the market. Because of that, since the price is not reduced, only fried corn, rice, sugar, and petrol prices, but the lorry fare and other things, they don't want to reduce. Because transfer fare to Sablugu to Accra is 220 Ghana today.
250.
Still up to now, it is still 220 Ghana today. Sablugu to Tamal is 12 cities to 30. Today, this is taking 12 Ghana today. Even one petrol didn't reduce. Why is this thing happening? So let's enforce the law I think people will start doing the right thing. When we went to the farm this season, I think that people who have a tractor, we need to give them directive. If you go to
Alaji, thank you. Today you're not feeling well.
You're not feeling well.
Your vim no good. And this one also is coming from Chief Nyakum, known in private life as Simon Peter Nyakum, affectionately called Chief Nyakum. Happy birthday to you. Celebrate your birthday. And you're saying that she said good morning to Cookie T.
Morning.
And that she owes you a date. He's a businessman,
as for you or the person who's sending the message.
He said you the OM date.
Who be that?
Or he rather owes you a date on his birthday. So
which one is it? Is it me or? Because I don't even know him. How do I owe him a date when I don't know him? But he knows me, so he should take me out. I know you're better.
Bonti Benjamin. If the unemployment rate in the nation is high and the government is not even honoring a lot of statutory payments, inflation will obviously go down. Let's give time some time, Bonti Benjamin. And, well, Elliot Wogbe, good morning to you, says 3.8% versus 38%. Inflation versus Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia defeat. At 61%, popularity rate within MPP could only manage 38 points. And so if it's 56% popularity, how would it translate into the final vote? Let's see how it goes. All right. But we have to talk about Rosebank.
Yes, we do have to talk about Rosebank, and it's a world-class university right here in Ghana. Rosebank International University is a strong South African university and a brand of the 8V Tech Group, Africa's largest private education provider with 146 schools, I beg your pardon, across 5 African countries and over 100,000 learners, and partly owned by the World Bank through the IFC. Rosebank International University is fully accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority, the British Accreditation Council, GTEC in Ghana, City Guilds in the United Kingdom, and the Capsicum Culinary Studio. At Rosebank International University, we offer a Doctor of Business Administration, MBA, Masters of Science, and Masters of Philosophy in Digital Marketing, Bachelor of Supply Chain Management, targeting professionals in freight forwarding, customs, etc. We offer hospitality and culinary arts available at diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Our ICT has BSc Information Technology in Business Systems and IT Computer Application Development, all carefully designed to equip you with the skills and qualifications needed for a successful global career. Our mission is very simple: inspiring excellence. Admissions are now open for the year 2026. Visit our modern campus, Opebia House, Accra. You can also apply online, www.riuc.edu.gh. Rosebank International University, building global citizens. I need some tea. I'm losing my voice.
Let me read this one. I have a couple of messages. This one coming from Christian Dinkra, is an educationist. He's also a member of the Ghana National Association of Teachers, says that the nature and the wickedness of the Ghanaian in service provision needs a price control regime. I'm not too sure. With a free market economy, you can't do that, but we'll see how that goes. This one is coming from Guy G, personal assistant to the Honorable Kennedy Ohinie Japong. For the records, after the MPP 2026 presidential primaries, the Honorable Ken Ohinie Japong has not granted any interview to any media entity or person anywhere in the world on any issue. There is an interview, an insert of an interview with KSM that is going around. It is an old interview he did right after the 2023 presidential primaries. Any attributions made to him on any issue, whether election-related or not, after the just ended 2026 presidential primaries can only be the figment of somebody's infantile imagination. It is simply a concoction articulated by some individuals. Thank you, Guy G, personal assistant to Kennedy Ohinie Japong.
Azadagli Christine says, now that Aban Papa is in power, my husband now goes to the market to buy food items. But when we were in the Kufuado's government, he would tell me to manage. Thank you, Mr. President. You Yate. Master Planner. Did you read that one for Master Planner already?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Master Planner, good morning. How did it go? DMB, how did it go? Ekoye, I'm sure. Good morning, Rolly and Cookie. You are doing an amazing job. Happy glorious birthday to PW Constable Ibrahim Fedraz at Ashanti Bekwai Regional Operation Command. May the Almighty God bless you. Okay. But there's another reminder for you that if you're looking for a university that will prepare your child for the future, then Academic City University is the best choice for you. At Academic City, we do not just teach, we nurture creators, innovators, and leaders who shape tomorrow's world. We offer undergraduate programs in engineering, computational sciences, business and communication, arts, and our BSc in artificial intelligence and robotics engineering are the first and only one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. With world-class facilities and industry experienced faculty, students do not just learn the latest technology, they create it. And for working professionals and young graduates, we have got you covered. And with our MSc programs in cybersecurity and data science analytics, as well as our professional certificate programs, you have nothing at all to worry about. At Academic City, our programs are practical, relevant, and future-focused. You can call the following numbers: 026-269-3870, 026-269-3870, or you can also visit act.edu.gh for more information. Admissions are now open. Academic City, make your mark. And then, energy, you'll be needing the granola bar from Nutri Snacks.
Yesterday, you took a bite.
We nibbled on it yesterday. We need more this morning. Our energy is quite low. You know, when it's getting to Friday now, how much sorry, and it starts to reflect in everything that you do. So you'll be needing your Nutri Snacks granola bar, power packed with energy.
Nibbling on it.
And all the just pass a box, Rolly, pass a box, pass it. Pass the box. Let's do some little nibbling.
These are for props. So
no, they are not props.
Eating everything.
And I said, they brought it for us for our consumption. Now, listen, Nutri Snacks has made sure we have loads of them in the back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's not a problem at all. Let's share one.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a problem at all. It's a lot that we have here.
Okay.
And I'll cast your money back.
Whilst we're opening it,
and your packaging.
Dennis Akwete says that there is some reflection of the decline in inflation in prices, but largely this is seen in imported goods. I think I agree with you. Some of our business people are just greedy, and local producers are also not responding to the inflation decline. Last farming season, for instance, had some bumper harvest with maize left to waste in the north, but the price of kinke is not only constant, but in some cases shrinked in size. In fact, it's unbelievable to learn that even at Kase, bigger than Junction, kinke is sold sometime between 5 to 7 Ghana cedis.
Charlie,
but Nutri Charlie, it be
I tell you.
Granola bar.
Yeah, it is.
Power packed energy bar. I see two. Okay, a man and a woman there.
They are running. They're running. We're also running on the show.
So you can get this in any shop.
Every corner shop is across the entire country.
What you call provision shops.
Okay. Ghana, we say provision shop. So why do I keep saying corner shop? Because that's what we say in the UK, corner shop.
Corner shop.
Yeah.
UK.
In the UK, we say the corner shops.
And then America?
Grocery stores.
Grocery stores.
Yes, but in Ghana, we say provision shop.
So in the UK, it's corner shop.
Yeah.
America, grocery.
Yeah, because
in
America, they don't tend to have the small pockets of stores.
Yes,
it's the big ones. Yeah. But in the UK, there are corner shops everywhere, and in Ghana,
so
provision
like
shops. And tabletops in Ghana.
Provision shop. So this one, Nutri Snacks, it's made. Charlie, this one, and they have a lot of energy, oats and wheat. Mm-hmm. And then also they have soya, and as well as other nutrient. Of course, there's some glucose in there, etc. But it looks like you're taking a look at the combination of whatever it is in there. Very good to consume. Nutri Snacks.
Anyway, should we take a break now?
It's the first time I've seen Cookie nibbling on granola.
Where did I nibble now, person? It's just a nibble that you want to talk about. But yeah, it's okay. Nibble on it. We'll take a break now. When we come back, the big
Well, again, welcome back. We told you we'll be discussing the subject matter of the economy, particularly related to inflation, the factors that are used or account for recording inflation or measuring inflation. We'll look at the various items in the basket that are used as well. And then, of course, we'll try and climax or wrap up the conversation with all the narrative about the renaming of the Kotoka International Airport. It's being changed to the Accra International Airport. A lot of mixed reactions so far. But then we have Shamima Muslim, who is here. Shamima, good morning to presidential staff, lead communication. What's your right position?
It's Deputy Presidential Spokesperson.
Deputy Presidential Spokesperson, Shamima. Yes. Thank you for joining us for that discussion. So when we begin the discussion, we're going to have Rodley Nayana in the studio as well. Hajia will also be joining us. So we'll have some comprehensive conversations. We'll also bring on board Dr. Edusa Kodie, the Economics Department of the University of Ghana. He's also a consultant, not only teaches economics as well. So please make sure you stick and stay right here. But in the meantime, let's hear from the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Siama. And then we had some other reactions from the Member of Parliament for the Member of Parliament for Ofansi Arabi as well. But instead, let's hear from the government statistician.
It is the lowest inflation rate recorded since the CPI rebasing in 2021. This sustained decline signals that Ghana is firmly on a path towards price stability. Government, it's important to sustain the fiscal discipline, continue efforts to stabilize food prices, and invest in storage, irrigation, transport, and market access to reduce regional disparity.
As I'm hearing that figure, I'm also getting a lot of messages from people who are saying that what they see on the market doesn't exactly correspond with that. So I'm sure when the government statistician appears before us, we'll have an opportunity to interrogate the data that they have and match it to what is really happening in the market. Many of your viewers and listeners, they buy from the markets, and they will be the best judges to tell us whether what they're experiencing on the market is 3.8% or not. What the government is doing to achieve these inflationary targets is not actually tackling the supply side. It's actually sterilizing a lot of money from the system. You recall that around October, we told you that the government has sterilized about 60 billion Ghana cedis from the system. In other words, that money is being sucked out of the economy, so people who want to use it to, conduct transactions can't even access it. So it's one thing they're doing it on the demand side and telling you, therefore, that inflation is down to 3.8. But when you go to the market, you see the real rate.
Well, that's it. And the body you saw there was Dr. Susan Idwamankwa, who will be joining us very soon. But we have Dr. Owusu Kodie. No, Edusa Kodie. I think that's the right name, right? Dr. Edusa Kodie.
Edu Owusu Kodie.
Edu Owusu Kodie. Edu Owusu Kodie. Thank you.
You interview me, sir. You don't know my name.
Sir, my name is Owusu Kawonte. Edu Owusu. All right, but you and I have had these conversations over the years on the subject matter of inflation. But my candid question I have to ask you, which is also laced with very much opinion, is that, I mean, irrespective of how the rates are, the point is that players as well as forces within the economy still have on the back of their mind a lot of uncertainties. That's why usually consumers at the end of the bargain don't tend to witness these drastic effects reflecting on the prices of their goods and services they consume. Is that not it?
Yeah, first of all, the answer to your question lies in the disaggregated analysis. We must understand that when we say inflation rate has fallen, we are not talking about, generally a fall in price. All we are saying that, generally speaking, the rate at which prices increase has slowed down. So last year, January 2025, inflation rate was 23.5, and now it's 3.8. So if you compare the two, in other words, between 2024 January and 2025, general price level increased by 23.5. But between January 2025 and January 2026, general price level increased by just 3.8. So there's still an increase. So let's understand that. Secondly, the disaggregated level that I mentioned earlier will also give us a very good picture. The regional breakdowns. It's interesting to see that there are about 16 regions in the country. 8 have relatively lower inflation than the national average of 3.8. And another 8, which is half. Another 8 also have higher inflation, higher than 3.8. So those regions with inflation higher than the national average of 3.8, i.e., I think the northeast is having 11.2. So if you interview people in the northeast region, they will tell you that their inflation is 11.2, and that is higher than the national average of 3.8. The other regions are Volta region, Eastern region, and the rest. So these are the 3 top regions with the highest inflation in the country. So when you interview them, they will tell you that their inflation is higher than the national average. In the same vein, when you interview those at the bottom, those with the lower inflation than the national average, i.e., people of Savannah, Savannah's inflation is negative 2.6. So Savannah region is actually experiencing a reduction in price, general price level of 2.6. That's negative 2.6. And the other regions having a relatively lower inflation than the national average are Upper East, Bruno East, and the Northern region and Greater Accra. But something is striking me that Upper East and Northeast are both regions in the northern part of the country. One is, and even Savannah, so one is experiencing the highest inflation, the region with the highest inflation in Ghana, and the other is experiencing the region with the lowest inflation in Ghana. And so this Upper East Savannah analysis is interesting. I think we have to visit there and know the dynamics. Why Upper East is having the highest inflation in Ghana of 11.2. The Northeast is having the highest inflation in Ghana of 11.2, whereas their neighbor, Savannah, is having the lowest inflation of negative 2.6 in Ghana. Another disaggregated level that will help us understand why some people feel it and others do not feel it, or some will question the figure and some will also say it's not reflecting in their reality, is the district level analysis. I'm sure the statistician went to the district level to collect data in those various markets. So whereas we have the national, the regional disparities, we also have the district disparities in inflation figures. Another way of answering your question is through the disaggregated items, the items that we consume. So you realize that based on the item that you consume most, you feel the positive impact of the reduction more than someone. For instance, transport inflation is in the negatives. We all have witnessed a reduction in fuel price recently. So when you consume more of transport, your inflation will be relatively lower, like in the negative, than somebody who is consuming sports and recreation. So let me mention some of the, this is the month-on-month. The fruits and nuts are having highest month-on-month inflation. So fruit, vegetables, food and non-food, alcoholic, oil and fat, water. These are items with the very high inflation month-on-month. Then those down there, fruits and vegetable juice, again, cereal products, fish, and other seafood, they are having negative month-on-month inflation. So back to the answer to your question, that depending on what you are, first of all, depending on your region, where you reside, and in addition to that, depending on the item that you consume the most, the inflation that we are talking about will be positive on someone's pocket, and it will be negative on another person's pocket. So everybody is right, and we should not politicize this. I think it's a good way of assessing the cost of living in the country. And so let's put politics aside and analyze the issue, maybe as I have done going forward.
Okay. It's very instructive that we do that as well. There's a question I'll be asking you, and it's also related to, is there any relationship by way of the reduction in the value chain of the number of intermediaries between the consumer and then the goods that they buy, that also tend to influence the prices. In relation to what we pick on the market, even as a media entity, about maybe supposed reductions in imported items like rice, vegetable oil, among many others, compared to perhaps items that also have been measured in the basket that are produced right here in Ghana?
Yes, there's a positive relationship. You find the answer in the positive correlation between the exchange rate and the inflation rate. So, period. I mean, if you read any economic textbook and any analysis, they will show you a positive correlation between inflation rate and the exchange rate, such that anytime the exchange rate goes up or when the city depreciates, you see high inflation rate, and vice versa. That when exchange rate is high, because our economy is still import dependent, most of the items that we consume in the country are produced outside and imported into the country. So when the businessman is going to use more cedis for the same dollar, when they come to Ghana, they will also want profit, so they'll increase their prices.
Yeah.
And you find inflation rate going up. Local inflation is also calculated. What we call local inflation is somewhat foreign, because the inputs that we use, for example, even if you produce tomatoes locally, the fertilizer that you use to produce the local tomatoes is imported. So some of the intermediaries and some of the inputs that we use, like tractors, pesticides, most of these things are still imported into the country. If we take the fertilizer we use in the country, like more than 90% are imported into the country. And it's a shame on us. I think we should do better than this and going forward. So again, yes, there's that positive correlation between the inflation, and then you call it the pass-through effect of inflation, of the exchange rate on inflation. And it comes to the same thing that I talked about earlier. Depending on what you consume most, depending on the item which carries more weight on your budget,
okay,
that inflation will be felt differently.
Well, so apart from Shamima, I have Rodal in Ayana, the public interest advocate. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. And then Hajia Gloria Menu. I haven't had an interaction with you before. I see you on the sideline, so good to have you.
Good to have you.
Great.
Good morning.
You look elegant. You're with the United Party?
Yes,
okay,
always
great.
Yellow.
Yeah, I see the colors.
Yes.
I should have been in yellow. What do you think?
Yeah, it could have been an addition. Yeah.
Addition, yes.
It's another type of
yellow.
Yes, there's another yellow. Shemima is supporting me.
Susanna Mankwa, Dr. Susanna Mankwa, Executive Secretary, Edua Mankwa, National Interest Movement, but also a pharmacist by profession. And good to have you once again.
Nice to see you again. And Happy New Year.
Yeah, many appearances. So Shamima, how are you grappling with this? You don't have it easy as government spokespeople, whether you're deputy or the lead, or you're beside the president or not beside the president, or you do the strategy or not on social media at all. The narrative is that we're not feeling it in our pocket. You know that old adage?
It's an old rehashed narrative, but the reality is there for all of us to see. Let me say good morning to all our viewers also, and to just briefly indicate that President Mahama, because of these matters, has been engaged in a general resetting agenda. Because you see, these indicators that we speak about, they are there for a reason, isn't it? Inflation is one of the most significant economic indicators in every economy. So the figures do matter. We cannot pretend that inflation figures do not matter at all. And I'm happy that you have spoken to the economist who has laid a foundation for understanding, because this morning, as I was listening to you, I recognized two things immediately. That whereas we continue to speak about media literacy for the general populace, we need to also amplify economic literacy as well as financial literacy for the average Ghanaian to understand how the economy works and how the economy impacts on their everyday life. Those kinds of education is essential if we are to carry the country along President Mahama's Resetting Ghana agenda. He was in Dubai recently, and as we speak, he is in Zambia. And all of these global, regional, movements and actions that he is leading, the Accra Reset, is to reimagine where we are now and to, again, ask ourselves about what sovereignty means. The president believes that the current rule-based system is collapsing, and at the World Government Summit in Dubai, he called for a reimagining of alliances. Because obviously, old alliances are falling apart, and there are implications for many African nations who often, bear the huge brunt of whatever global order emerges. So whereas we are talking about resetting Ghana and resetting the foundations of our economy, we're also speaking now through the leadership of President John Dramani Mahama. Ghana turns 70 years, next year. President Mahama is going to head, God willing, the AU chair position next year. We cannot begin to think ourselves as outside of the problems that are playing out in the global, scheme of affairs. So I wanted to just, again, let Ghanaians know that it is a unique opportunity for all of us to be honest with each other. Governments, people, political actors. Unique opportunity because as Ghana turns 70 years, and with all the problems we have had, and what is happening in the global, stage, where we are seeing a disintegration of the rule-based trade system, and, curiously enough, a Canadian Prime Minister, I was even showing you the video, has had cause to actually concede, concede that the intendment behind the 1945 setting up the Bretton Woods, institutions and the IMF was never really to ensure a consistent fair trade between nations, and that they were aware even at the onset that strong nations will always exempt themselves when the system no longer works for them. And President Mahama's call is that we will no longer sit and wait and sit aloof as an African continent, whereas this new evolving order is happening without having seats at the table. And that's why he's doing a lot of these regional visitations. And again, Ghana has always been a leader within the sub-region. So, I mean, spiritually, whatever it is just an opportune moment that President Mahama is present at this time, that this new opportunity to reset our economy and also our continent and also contribute more viably to the global world order is happening at a time that Ghana has a president that seems to, relate favorably amongst, the Committee of Nations and leaders within the sub-region. That is confidence in the role that Ghana can and should play. And we as Ghanaians must ready ourselves, both internally and externally. So I call for honesty, because these things that we are seeing, human factors play a key role, and it is one of the most unpredictable factors when you're dealing with, economic matters. I want to particularly call for mention the government statistician, Dr. Al-Hassan Idrisu. If you see and you observe what they're doing currently, there seems to be a certain proactiveness on the side of government statistician to educate the Ghanaian people on data and what data should mean. When these things happen, I have been listening to him, and I would like to encourage all of us to visit the social media pages of, the Ghana Statistical Service and also the government statistician. He puts out videos explaining these, statistics and what they mean and the data, and that is an essential, knowledge point for all of us to understand what is happening in our economy. Government Minister Felix Kwachi posted a number of things on his page to which the NPP Miracles Abuaji came to retort. And you can see consistently that it is the pattern of the minority to reshape or move the conversation into how are you feeling inflation in your pocket? And I'm very happy with the education you gave this morning, because when we are talking, what we are actually experiencing is disinflation and not inflation. At a point in 2022, Ghana experienced hyperinflation, 54%. That was the rate of increase in the average, price of goods and services. So I buy a phone today, tomorrow I go to the market, the phone would have increased by 3 or so times. It was unpredictable, it was steep, and it's distorted, the planning of many families. Many families had to reprioritize what their, priority, expense items were supposed to be. It eroded people's savings, because when your good or service that you have to, use doesn't lend itself to elasticity, you have to buy at whatever price that is in the market. Food was one of such very essential, commodity for everyone. And so we saw that, and because a lot of our food was also imported, and the dollar was that steep at that time, from the IMF program to the DDE program that we went, the economy had literally collapsed. And when the minority insists that, oh, but we brought inflation to 23% upon our exit in 2024, what they forget is that they had moved Ghana into a debt exchange program that, because of the economy, were in an IMF program. So they obviously did not have any option than to follow the strict terms of the program. It meant they were not paying any debt. And today, they say that they left this and they left that. We left them 3 oil fields. Roland, ask them what they did with all the resources that they got in the debt. They received the highest amount of revenues in comparison to all governments since Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. But when they left, the independent power producers were almost at the brink of collapse. When they left, Cocoa Board was at the brink of collapse. Yesterday, you were speaking about Cocoa Board's situation and why we are not able to mop up, the products and for this buying season. The reality is that they did so much harm to this economy, and yet, when they were able to manage inflation to single digits, they screamed themselves hoarse. So if it's not a positive thing that a country that has experienced these kinds of volatilities in the past is today consistently 13 months on seeing a steady decline in inflation, which means that you can properly plan, you would know that when you go into the market, you're not going to be shocked by, steep increase in prices of your basic goods and services. And they want to distort that to say that, yes, if people say that we want to feel 3.8% inflation in our pockets, they are right. They are right because what they have felt is the shock of hyperinflation. And because today they are not feeling the shock of hyperinflation, they would
says that it's the ordinary consumer who not only will be the one who measures the moment of truth, but also shares a testimony as to whether they are feeling it in their pockets by way of the rate.
And the ordinary consumer, if the ordinary consumer is honest, has been sharing those experiences, because generally, prices of goods, even towards December, when we thought we were going to see, unreasonable increases in prices, this was when the market women were telling us that maize products had come down, grains generally, rice, even imported rice, had come down steeply, oil. And these are the basic staples. So if you look at it, the basic staples, especially for imported products, has seen a steady decline in the rates of price increases. So inflation is not that there's not going to be price increases. What we are experiencing is inflation. It is positive and it is lowering because of all the incentives and all the initiatives that government is putting in, the strong fiscal management of our resources and the prudent management of our resources, not spending what we cannot afford to spend and throwing too much money into the system, plugging the loopholes. You see, Ghana is a gateway to money laundering. A lot of money comes into this country, and you can't trace from which productivity avenues those amounts of money comes. So when you experience that there's a lot of money in the system and yet we don't have accompanying productivity. So when you do inflation targeting in these kinds of scenarios, what you do is try to mop up the excess money in the system. Right. It is just the first step, never an end. And President Mahama hasn't said so. And the managers of our economy haven't said that bringing inflation to 3.8 means that we have reached the promised land. It is the first step to consolidating the reliefs that Ghanaians want. And if you look around, fuel prices have come down, basic goods and services have come down, and Ghana is also now moved from a junk status into a B+, which is a positive.
Madam Ayana, at the end of the day,
the future is bright.
The minority and those who tend to criticize or are very heavy on the sides of criticism for government for espousing these achievements say that complementarily, you have the dollar also doing very well, appreciating against, or the CD appreciating against the US dollar as well as the other major trading currencies. And so, by way of how they need to complement each other, these indicators, all in all, should reduce or result in drastic reduction of prices of items over time. And that should be a testimony that ordinary consumers should be able to attest to. And so that is the thrust of the arguments, are not it?
Good morning to our cherished viewers, and also good morning to all of us here.
Yeah, good morning.
I think that what the minority is saying is nothing new. It is something that you hear from everybody, that prices should have gone down by now, certain prices, especially the food basket. But somehow we sometimes forget that a lot of our foods too are seasonal items.
In terms of those that are produced locally as well.
In terms of those that are produced locally. So if you are going to buy garden eggs, or you're going to buy okra, you're going to buy maize or cassava, it comes at a certain time. There are times that things are very cheap, and there are times that at least the price goes up a little bit. And it all has to do with the way our climate is. But I think that generally prices are not going down because people have just intentionally decided not to bring down prices. People are still waiting and telling themselves that how sure are we that this price is good, this dollar exchange rate is going to stay for a longer time. So they kind of like feel like, well, let's just stick to this. And you hear the other excuse like, I bought this before the dollar rate came down. I bought it at 16 or 17. So if it's now 10 or 11, I can't sell it any lower until my old stock is out. You understand? But that doesn't make sense. Because for perishables, you know that you are not storing anything. So you can't tell me that tomatoes or okra or garden eggs or kontomire, you can't reduce. You understand? And one thing with us is that once we get to the dry season and things are expensive, when the rains also come, we still stick to the old prices. We don't come down. You see, when we talk about the costs of food, I always say that it's a very subjective matter. You see, when you go to the market and you decide that you want to buy a tuber of yam, you have a choice of price. Are you buying puna? Are you buying larboko? Are you buying dente? Are you buying the afasie? You understand? All these ones have prices, but they're all yam. So if you get to the market, you buy what you can afford. But if you decide to say that I want to eat puna, when you know that puna is way expensive, more than the white yam or the dente, then it means that you have a problem. And when we come to our locally produced items, say the rice, for instance, people say Ghana rice is expensive. But Ghana rice is good rice. Most of the rice that is coming, the imported rice, most of them, some of them are 20 years old, 10 years old, very starchy and all that. Until we learn to eat the things that we grow, and then at least cut down on the importations, we will always have that problem of thinking that things are still very expensive. We have oils, the different types of oils. That
the vegetable oils.
The vegetable
oils.
To driving cost of living. Because people are beginning to think that, look, you hear this is organic, so I want to buy maybe okra, and then I'm told that it is sprayed a day before it is harvested, and it's bad for me. Definitely when I get to the market, I might not buy it. I'll be looking for another avenue. So I hear that somebody is growing okra, and that person says, this is organic. You understand? And 1 kilo for the organic is going maybe for 30 cedis, and the one that is in the market, 1 kilo, is going for 10 cedis. I would definitely, if I'm thinking of my health, go and buy the organic, because it's more expensive to go to the hospital than to just go and buy your organic. So with all the chemicals that are also being put in our fruits, Ghanaians have a taste bud for apples, which we don't grow in Ghana. We find ourselves buying apples. We find ourselves buying the pears. We find ourselves buying the peaches and all the other things that is imported. And we complain. And majority of us who get the opportunity to be on the media are those that are guilty of these things. We are the ones who buy the apples. We are the ones who buy the kiwis and the...
You mean those of us complaining on social media?
Exactly. We are the ones who buy those things. Because ordinarily, Ghanaians will buy oranges from the market, from by the roadside and all that. But we are now beginning to think that bananas even are not safe because carbide is used to make them ripe and all that. Yes, apples, with pineapples.
Carbide?
Yes, and pineapples. So many things that are happening to our food chain. And we are worried about that. So when it comes to the prices of food and things, you take all these things into consideration.
Okay.
And you look at even the meat that people buy. You have fresh meat, and then you have the frozen, which is all fatty, full of all kinds of chemicals to maintain the color, to maintain the texture, to maintain the taste and all that. That also is another. So which one are we really out for now? Is it to buy the substandard goods that are coming from outside, or to promote ours that is more organic and sometimes better?
Okay.
And I'm looking at the fact that we should look at processing and preservation of our foods. This will help us. But as for the 3.8, I don't think a lot of people understand what it means. And if you're going to talk about market economics, the market women and the traders, they know more about it.
They are the best.
They are the best people because they decide at every time that you go to the market, they decide what price to give to what item. And then we are the receiving end. So for me, I think that government has to do a little bit more. We have to educate people more, communicate more. We sit here and we talk about it in English. I don't know how many times we are able to communicate in our local dialects for people out there to understand.
Well, we have local language stations as well, and they tend to do the education.
Well, if they do, then that's also fine, because that should be able to fizzle down to the ordinary market women, even though I must admit that market women are not illiterate these days.
Okay. But Professor Edo Ususakwadi, at the end of the day, the decision-making within the value chain of how prices and what prices are set is left to competition, is that not it? And is that not why where we are? We can't control the prices. We're not in a price-controlled regime. It's a free market economy, as you people say.
Yes, but before GTech comes after me, I am not a professor yet. I'm still a doctor.
Sorry. I retract. Doctor. Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie.
Yes, sir. Right. So it's interesting to listen to my colleagues in the studio, how they have also brought down the conversation to very, understandable language in that sense. One thing I will add to what they've said is the difference between the consumer price index and the producer price index. And the December 2025 producer price index is 1.9, and then inflation was, I think, 5.5% or 5.1%. In other words, if you use farming or food as an example, the inflation at the farm gate is 1.9. The inflation by the time it gets to the market is 5.1. So the price difference is always there. What the farmer is selling is always different from what we buy on the market. In that gap, the middlemen and women always play a key role. Transportation, storage, all play a key role in analyzing the difference between the PPI and the CPI. Yeah, back to your issue on competition. Yes, Ghana is practicing a deregulated regime. We have moved from price control. Even with the export fuel that we buy, except that government has some taxes and levies on the fuel, but the whole exercise is deregulated. The OMCs, based on the happenings on the international crude oil price, they determine their prices. If you go to the market and you want to buy mineral water, there's Voltic, there's Belacqua, there's that. So if one of the minerals is higher than the other, you have to go for the one you want, the one you can afford. So competition can bring prices down, and competitions can also even increase prices based on the kind of market in which you find yourself. If you're in a monopoly market, you face little competition, so you can be increasing your prices up here and there. If you are in a monopolistic competition, if you are in the media, like we have TV3, we have other TV stations, you are competing. And depending on your content, the price, even some people may still buy an item with a higher price. They even see price as a signal of quality, like the luxurious goods, like watch. If somebody goes to the market to buy a wristwatch, and the person doesn't know the differences in the brands, he is tempted to buy or attach quality to the wristwatch, which is of a higher price. So all these dynamics play a role in the price analysis. Another thing that Honorable Sharima mentioned, which I think is important, is the price elasticity of demand. In other words, how do you respond to price changes with your consumption? If for a particular good, you are unable to find substitutes, even the price rises, you still consume that item. So you find out that those items, their prices are maybe a little higher than those that you can find substitutes. That goes with lower price elasticity of demand. So all these dynamics play a key role. But in my conclusion, I would say that generally speaking, a lower inflation is good for an economy. It's an indicative of a lower cost of living in the country. It's one of the macro figures that we look at when we are assessing the health of every economy, GDP, inflation, exchange rate, and the rest. But we must be mindful of the cost, the sacrifice that we are making to keep that. If the inflation is coming, if it's coming from the natural happenings in the economy and not somebody sacrificing money supply or sacrificing something, then it is good. We must also try to address the structural challenges that we have in the economy. I would say that our economy is still vulnerable, and therefore, if anything happens, if there's any geopolitical tension, if there's any external shock, we are likely to feel the impact heavily. And therefore, we must look within and strengthen the internal structures that we have. I mentioned that even with the local inflation, it still has some element of imported inflation because what we call locally produced items, the intermediaries or the inputs are still imported. For instance, many people bake bread in the country, so you might think that bread is locally produced, but the flour, the wheat flour, which is used to produce the bread, is imported from Ukraine. And when there was war in 2022, the bakers were still complaining that when they changed the flour, their consumers were complaining. They have developed taste for the wheat flour from Ukraine. So all these dynamics come to play. But going forward, let's strengthen our transport system, have good roads, build our storage facilities so that in the bumper harvest, we can store and release them in the lean season. And let's try to tackle all the domestic challenges, especially the inputs that are used for food production. Fertilizer. On my table, on my desk, I will mention fertilizer. Let's make an effort as a country and at least try to produce 50% of the fertilizer we use in the country. Because when there's any shock, we are still exposed to exchange rate vulnerabilities, and that will come back to feed into inflation. And we don't want that. We don't want to go back to the dark days of where we experience a high inflation of 54%. We want to keep this as a country, we want to keep it low. And then going forward, maybe the government can have a right mix of the fiscal policy and the monetary policy as we have now. But the cost of the inflation should be very key. We should look at it very well.
Okay.
Thank you.
You taught the politicians, right?
Yes.
So they have the same knowledge that you're espousing now. But why is it that they don't tend to reiterate that to support the argument in the public domain? It's not for you to answer, so don't worry. Go have
some of them do. Some of them do proper economic analysis.
Yeah, well, true. Have a good lecture morning, okay?
Thank you.
What are you teaching next?
I'm going to teach economy of Ghana.
You see?
Talking about everything about Ghana. In fact, inflation is one of my topics. I will teach it somewhere in the next 4 lecture periods.
Okay.
I will teach, and I'll pick the data from Ghana Statistical Service and teach my students with it. And teach them that when they become politicians, they should analyze the issue just as I've taught them.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Dr. Edu Owusu-Sarkodie is always on hand to help us do deep research analysis, and he's very dispassionate. He doesn't care whether it's MPP or NDC. Yeah, I remember during the MPP time, he made an argument for and against free SHS and welfare expenditure, and MPP came at him, NDC came at him at some point in time. So, but Dr. Susan Edu-Amankwa, at the end of the day, we say this light-heartedly that we're not feeling it in our pockets, but when you have a sustained period of inflationary trend that seem to go downwards, that de-inflation, then it helps. It helps for better planning, etc. It also gives a lot of confidence to the players to be able to plan better. Is that not it?
Yeah.
Okay. So how then do we make sure that we situate the argument very well within the public domain?
Well, I mean, Shamima said it, more education. People have to understand that when we say inflation has gone down, it just means that prices are not increasing in such a way that you get into a panic. Today you go to the market, something that was 5 cedis. The following day you go to the market, it's 7 cedis. At least now it tends to be, relatively the same, or even if there's an increase, it is still within your budget if you plan plus or minus a cedi or more. So I think that we need to understand that, or we need to understand it in the reverse, that your salary erodes slowly. So your salary is not the same, but it's eroding slower than it would at first. And so the changes may not be perceptible. They may be very minor. But I mean, if you actually sat down to think it through, then maybe you may find that, oh, okay, I'm making savings here, or I'm able to afford something that previously I would not have been able to buy. I think for us, most of us don't actually sit and do a proper budget, what we are doing. And so we need a lot more training on how to handle our personal finances, Then that's when we may see where the slight changes are occurring. I mean, let's say that for those of us who drive, we are in a slightly different economic bracket. And you find out that if you were filling your car with petrol at 900 cedis, now you can fill it at 600.
Your car, how much were you filling it?
My car's filling is between 600 and 700. Now I'm filling is between 500. And I'm feeling good about it, because I'm filling it and I'm going up and about. So that extra 200,
and when you finish it, you can decide to even top it up, kind of.
Yeah, okay. You understand. So that extra 200 is a saving for me. If I was planning properly, I could use that extra 200 because my salary hasn't changed. You understand? My salary hasn't changed. I was filling my tank for 700 cedis. I'm filling it now for 500 cedis. That extra 200 then goes to something else that probably at first I would not have been able to afford. You understand? So these are the changes that are going on, and people just need to be taught how to measure some of these changes. I agree with Rhoda. We need to look at storage, storing more of our indigenous foods, that we need to go to the CSIRs. They have a food research institute. I mean, go take that research and see how we can store our foods in such a way that we can eat them when they are out of season. Because we know that in that inflation basket, a lot of it is food inflation. You understand? And people in this country, I mean, we are living virtually hand to mouth. So food is an extremely important aspect of inflation. And so we would hope that all the research and the work that has done into food storage and into different packaging of foods will be put to bear and not be sitting in academic institutions. You understand? And then we need to sort of diversify our indigenous food and what we eat. You find out that with cassava, very few of us eat the cassava leaves. Maybe we need to have some fairs and things that teach us to eat a lot of our foods in the different. I was in one place where they eat the shoot, they eat the roots, they eat the leaves. For us, there are many of our indigenous.
In the Philippines, they do that.
And the Chinese do that.
Yeah.
But you find out that for us, if we eat the roots, then it's the roots we eat. Then the leaves and the other things,
they become residue.
They become residue. Yeah. So we need to explore a lot more of that so that we can eat more of our indigenous things, because we know that it contributes to cost of living. You understand? So, and the research has been done by some of these, So yes, we should re-engineer our taste. You understand? But I mean, of course, if you are doing it and you go ask the bougie people like Rhoda, who's talking about kiwi and things like that, that's a bougie problem. But that's a bougie problem. But the thing is that certain foods that are supposed to be our foods, plantains, bananas are still expensive, and you wonder, why are bananas expensive? Because our people are supposed to be eating these things, Then we need to find out, we need to do that kind of research to find out why are our local foods expensive, and then find ways. But you see, as much as we have, petrol prices have reduced for the individual, for those who are buying it from the market women, transport has not reduced.
Why shouldn't it have?
We don't know, because I guess that I mean, according to the GPRT, if what I hear is right, that the cost is not only about fuel. But I don't bring food from the hinterlands. You understand? So we are talking about that gap between the farm gates and when it gets to the market. I mean, because transport has not decreased. I mean, the price of transport has not decreased. We're not feeling it there. And so that we have to look at. Okay. You understand? But one of the things that I wanted to say, and I agree with him, is, and what the government must do, is to try and change our structure. This Gajisbeg economy, where we are still...
You're using the Akufo-Addo phrase.
Okay, so we are still... our cocoa and our gold and things in still the raw state. Shamima talked about the Davos and the things, and that we should sit at the table. We should sit at the table because, like the man said, Kani, if you are not at the table, then you're on the menu. And if you look at it, we in Africa seem to be on the menu. We seem to be on the menu. It's about time that we looked at things differently in a Pan-African sort of way, that we alone as Ghana, we cannot go at it, and that we must go at it as a continent. Okay. Otherwise, we will be going back and forth, and people will say that they are not feeling things in their pocket and things like that. But we as a continent, if we were to move as a continent, I think some of these things that No, we talk about in terms of cost of living. Look, food in Nigeria is cheaper than food in Ghana.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Right. You understand? Yes. Well, prices of food in
but there's good reason as well. They eat their local rice. Yeah. There was a point in time, chicken. So I think during the Obasanjo period they decided to.
Yeah.
I think at the time we had Kufu as
so we need to learn from that. Yeah. You understand? We need to be able to do that. We need to be able to walk through and say that we are one country in continent. So if I don't like what is happening in the Ghana side, I'm walking across to go and live in Nigeria. But I mean, that's on the lighter side. But I think that for us, we need to learn from each other. Okay. What are others doing right? Hadia. You know, for us to also do the same.
Hadia, why is it difficult for those within the value chain? So we have those who do the importation, whether it's for spare parts or whatever. The Forex is doing very well, or the city is doing very well with the Forex, so the reduction is there. It's reflected in the duty. So onwardly, at the price that you give to the consumer, it should also be influenced. But you find that the end consumer, after it's gone through the various phases, is buying at a stagnant price. What should we be doing? Do we do market control mechanisms, or what should we do?
Okay, good morning to everybody. Greetings to our Golden House. The United Party is a Golden House. And then I'm applauding our president and the Shamima's government for our government. All of us, yeah. Everybody and the president for this hard work. Because I quite remember somebody saying, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. So at least everybody knows that our president is working hard. And I will recommend that every Ghanaian should try and invest in Ghana.
Meaning what? Ghana. Yeah, we have a lot of investors.
Investors, here. Yes. Now the inflation is stable. Most people should invest in Ghana. We should invest in ourselves. If you go to some of our communities, a community where we have so much tomato, and maybe I am from a community where they produce tomato, and I'm in Accra, and I have a factory in Accra, I can as well think of going to put up a small tomato, maybe processing factory. Even if it's in small quantity, there is an impact in where you are. Let's try to brighten up the corners where we are. I quite remember Nkukon Kitten came, and a lot of Ghanaians were so happy. We were all embracing it. I quite remember trying to get a plot of land and getting a farm as soon as possible. But I was discouraged a little when it came to December, and I realized that most of the chicken fowls in the markets were still there, and people were going for frozen chicken. Even though this year's fowls were a little bit cheaper, people didn't buy.
So consumer behavior.
Consumer behavior. Ghanaians' behavioral change is a very wake-up call for us all, because cost of production now is okay. Ghanaians are producing, but we still want the ones in the shelves which are being air-conditioned. We still prefer chicken which is frozen and is in air conditioning than the ones that are alive, than the ones that are still cheap, and we are encouraging people to produce, to go into farming. We are encouraging people to go into businesses. Meanwhile, we are not patronizing made in Ghana goods ourselves. If you go to the market and you see gari on the tables, people will ask for Nigeria gari no be, Abidjan beans, Togo beans. And they
sell
leave
Nigerian
the Ghana.
Gary.
Yes.
Nigerian beans.
If you go to the market,
You mean the one that those are the ones that are packaged?
no, not even
The
packaged.
local
The
market.
local made ones. We prefer the ones that come from outside the country. If you go to Nima markets right now, and on a table on a table. We have Techiman beans, we have Niger beans, we have Togo beans, we have then Ghanaians prefer the ones that are coming from Nigeria, from Niger, you know, and it's a worrying thing for me. I think that we as Ghanaians prefer even ayoyo, the leaves.
We like the Nigeria
We like the Togo ayoyo than the Ghana ayoyo, and we are the women here, and is a little bit slippery than the one that is in Ghana. We will say yoki, you know, yes, and they are just slightly different. But we will go for the one from Togo and leave the one in Ghana. You see, and even with the taste, when it comes to the beans, even with the taste, it's almost the same. But we will prefer the one from Niger and Nigeria than the one from Ghana.
Niger, the landlocked Niger.
Yes. Yes. Wow. You see,
what do we do?
Even with onions.
What do we do to change in the medium to long term the consumer taste? And
so as Ghanaians, we should start embracing our own. We should, and then it's also a factor that when it comes to transportation, our roads are also very bad. So spare parts are also increasing, and transportation is a worry because if the goods are also in the farmlands, transporting it to the city makes the thing a little bit expensive. So yes, if I'm saying that we should invest in Ghana, it's not about we investing so much money and we are not doing so much. Yes, we are doing so much, but investing as well as if I produce, let's say soap, Madam Rodelin should buy from me.
Okay.
Cost of production in Ghana is a little bit high, so people
it's not a little bit, it's high.
It's high. Yes, it's high. So people would rather decide to go to China to go and produce and bring it back to Ghana, and it makes things a little bit expensive. So as Ghanaians, we should all embrace the fact that made in Ghana goods are also good. It's almost the same taste, is the same. Farming practices, and we should also adopt the system where farmers use their end products as fertilizers. I kept hearing Professor emphasizing on the fact that fertilizer is being imported when every farm produce can be an end product of a fertilizer. So all these things, we have the researchers in Ghana, they have everything in our coffers. All the ideas are there. We should rather input in action rather than the long talks. We the market women should also let us know that it's the same thing. They should stop the differentiating because in Nigeria Niger being so.
You look like you trade in the market a lot.
Yes. Okay. So and then I am a producer as well, and then so I know what I am saying. Okay. When even you go to the flour and the wheat, they tell you the difference and the pricing. So wheat
doesn't come from us. We import them.
Yes, but some of them are lesser expensive. And you know, Ghanaian mindset think that we think that if something is expensive, then is of value. But it's almost the same. The same nutrition, the nutrients that are in, whether it's expensive or not, is the same, equally the same. And if we are saying that, Auntie Susan is saying that we should eat things that are locally made, things that there are so many dishes that we eat, especially Northerners use the leaves of or the peels of yam in making flour. We can try to adapt certain new nutritional or things that are very nutritional, and we can also use. They can also serve the same purposes. Yes.
Nutrition is nutrition.
Yes.
All right.
No matter the price.
You still want to comment the economy? I wanted to go on to the renaming of whether you've come to a conclusion, because now the
it's in Parliament. I don't know why we have made, but
it's evoking a lot of mixed feelings.
Let me just say that there are a number of great achievements that we can point to that have all been secured within the past, couple of months. And even if you go back a bit into history, the NDC today is not patting itself on the back and screaming itself hoarse that they have attained these significant, indicators, which are significant for the history of economic management. I mean, this is not the first time that NDC has had a single-digit inflation. I think somewhere in 1999 or so, we had the lowest 2.9. This is not the first time we have had a sustained, decrease in inflation. Between 2010, thereabouts, under President Mills, we had a 33 months or so sustained single-digit inflation. So we understand that these indicators in and of themselves do not solve the problem. But when the economy goes, outright, like we came to inherit, you need to tame it. And to tame it, we have to engage in all the levels of, interventions, from the Bank of Ghana to the Finance Ministry under the direction of President Mahama, to ensure prudent and essential expenditure. Essential expenditure is why today the lights are still on. Imagine if we hadn't managed the indicators to where we are now, where we can boast of, our largest reserve in the history of this country, 13.8 billion. In the midst of all of these chaos, in the midst of paying up our debts, up to the minute, in the midst of almost exiting an IMF program with the greatest plaudits yet in the history of the program's activities in Ghana, you cannot say that we are not spending, because that is the other narrative they continue to insist. So let us be proud that we have left about a 5.7% import cover. Let us be proud that whatever we are doing now is to ensure that whenever some external shocks come, it won't affect us the way that, the economy was so volatile to some of these other external shocks. So we are still on. We have not reached our destination, not by a long shot. We're just calling on Ghanaians to also do their bit. And to be honest, when the indicators are positive, please let it also reflect, because again, if the fuel prices had not reduced, what was going to be the excuse of hiking transport costs? If the dollar had not been tamed the way that it has tamed, 40.7% is the highest appreciation of our, of our cedi against the dollar. These are not trumped up data. They tell a story of a nation that is being consistent, a nation that wants to stabilize, and a nation that is actually stabilizing in order for the real takeoff to happen. So let's, have faith in President Mahama, but let's also be patriotic citizens. Patriotic citizens. And talking about patriotism, we'll come to the story of, citizen patriotism means that you don't shortchange your fellow citizen. Patriotism means that you don't engage in excessive profiteering habits, to the detriment, because as you're doing that, you would also go and purchase a good or service, and you also, bear the same effect, as you're refusing to reduce transport costs. You yourself, your transport expenditure in the household is also increasing because your family members will go and take transport. Sometimes when we are a bit myopic in our citing of issues, we forget how it comes back to affect all of us. Ghana is the only country we have, and Ghana is in a unique position to once again take up leadership of the continent. Let's do right. Kotoka International Airport to Accra International Airport. The Transport Minister has addressed this matter. It is a legislation that has been brought to Parliament. What happens when a legislation is brought to Parliament is, upon its first reading, is that it will be referred to the relevant, committee. The committee will take memoranda from the general public and key stakeholders. And if amendments are to be made, they will be made. But this is the thinking of, government at this point in time, that it is time to return Ghana's international airport to its original name, Accra International Airport. I think that the kinds of sentiments and arguments that border on tribes and ethnic groups is most unfortunate indeed. Most unfortunate indeed that we want to bring this matter up. But as a Pan-Africanist and as a lover of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and this is my personal view on this matter, I think that history does not stand with the coup makers of 1966. History has not, vindicated that particular halting of Ghana's forward march, irrespective of what the challenges or weaknesses of that first regime was, irrespective of that, the history and the realities subsequent to today communicates one clear thing, that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's tenure, however short it was, has been the most impactful of, and the most enduring and the most impactful. History doesn't bear them out that when the history makers and their allies and cronies got opportunities to lead this country, that they also left, significant, marks in the sands of time that we can glorify them with. Of course, nation building will forever be a continuum. And whatever contributions anyone has made, whether a military government, whether a democratic, government, what is clear for all of us to see is that Nkrumah's overthrow turned this nation backwards by many decades. Okay. And if today there are some arguments not to glorify coup makers, because we don't context the fact that General Kotoka was a coup maker, and to say that to remove the name from Accra International Airport is to do something to history, I think is disingenuous, because the history books already contain these histories, and the names of all these individuals already sits in our various history books. What is not continuously communicated is that there will be a generation of young people who will not understand why an airport must be named after an individual who we describe as one of the persons who, brought about the first
daughter of Nkrumah
in Ghana.
Direct daughter of Nkrumah. At least your dad worked with him as well, yes. And you were the generation formatively as well. But at the end of the day, history only favors those who were villains or heroes at the time. And the name has stood the test of time. I'm talking about Kotoka because we decided to live with it as a nation. But over time, we've seen that history has been good to Kwame Nkrumah. And that is why we're having this argument. I'm sure that by 1980, we wouldn't have been having this argument, even though, but it was also because literature for Kwame Nkrumah had been destroyed at the time of, and then the generation weren't allowed, so to speak, who were new to get to know more. But it also means that we're at, is there a crossroad? Are we divided over this, or is it a straight poignant issue?
Those who want to be divided have always been divided. They've always been on the other side, so it's nothing new. I think that it's a good thing. And I'm even happy that the president, in his wisdom, and the Minister of Transport did not say that Kwame Nkrumah International Airport. Exactly. Because we were expecting that it would be Kwame Nkrumah International Airport. But at least this is a unifying thing to say that it's Accra International Airport. But when I hear tribalism coming into this, it really hurts me.
Who is bringing the tribe?
I hear minority leader, I hear some of the minority
MPs.
From Alapla. Yeah, those places, talking about tribalism and talking about Voltarians and all that. And I'm asking myself, in the NPP, aren't there Voltarians? How many Voltarians have we heard the NPP acknowledge as having been part of their struggle? But we have Okujeto, lawyer Okujeto there. We have Dr. Nyawo Tamakru, and so many others. We've never heard of them. Nothing, not an edifice, not a road has been named by them. Their governments have come. Kufwa has come. We didn't hear of any Voltarian. Exactly.
When I go
we
to
didn't
his
hear.
house, he has some Yahoo.
You understand?
Close.
Or whatever. But if you see,
The
when it comes to
Municipal
those
Assembly
closest, if
decided
you come
to
to those naming of roads, you should go to Ashanti. MPs took all the names. All the roads belong to MPs. Yes. It's not something that is new. You understand what I'm saying?
I get your
So
point.
when I look at all these things and you're talking about Voltarians because Kotoka is a Voltarian, and if we do that, we are going to be, we have not been fair to Voltarians because we've not given any prominence to any. Kotoka has Kotoka primary schools. Kotoka has, it's not that he's not been acknowledged.
Indeed, my brother went to
Kotoka primary, yes, that's Kotoka primary. So it is there within the precincts, but that is even within the precincts of the military. That's left to them. It's their history, whatever they want to do with it. But if it is Ghana International Airport, that is how it's going to be. You understand? And what is it? I mean, people are now referring to the fact that, oh, we are embellishing things for Kwame Nkrumah. 1966, I wasn't a kid. I saw. And I don't think that it was as bad as 8 years or 9 years ago. You understand? What we had. And Roland, let's ask ourselves, is MPP or is the Dankwa Buzia tradition the only political party in this country? You start off from an airport, then you had Kotoka International Airport. You drive, as you are going towards the presidency, you come to a statue that is Buzia. Huh? Then you drive from that, then you come to another statue that is Nana Akufo-Addo's father, as a ceremonial president, has a statue. Then you drive, you get to Dankwa Circle. Then you take the right-hand side. You are going to Akwaje Interchange. Then you go from there.
It used to be Sankara.
It used to be Sankara, and they said we should not glorify coup makers. They didn't see the importance of Sankara, so they changed it to Akwaje Interchange. Fine. Then you move now to Obechabilam Tehwat Interchange. Then now you go towards Dansoba. You see Amele Tego Circle.
Okay, there's Amele Tego Circle.
Yes. Are they the only people that have ruled this country or they have helped us to get independence? But we have accepted it. Teresa Amele Tego, former MP.
Yes, I know.
You understand? And with all that, Ghanaians have been quiet. We have not said anything.
So they shouldn't complain about this?
So I don't know what it is.
They say it's a misplaced priority.
Yes, it's a misplaced priority. When they were changing Flagstaff House to Jubilee House, it was not a misplaced priority. When they were going around changing university names, it was not misplaced priority.
To still change
you understand? That one was not misplaced priority. Digging a pit was not misplaced priority.
No, but if I remember, it was in Kufuor's administration when we had the grand. And of course, construction was by Shapunji Palonji to build the Jubilee House.
Yes.
And so they decided to name it the Jubilee House to mark our Jubilee.
Why?
As an anniversary.
What's the meaning of the Flagstaff House? Flagstaff House. What is the Jubilee? Jubilee. So in another 20 years. So in another yes. So when it comes to say the Diamond House. We will raise that Jubilee to something else.
Deliberate?
No, it was deliberate.
It was just a deliberate thing. And you know, because after a while, if you listen to Kufuor, sometimes you see that after a while he saw that Kwame Nkrumah was not as bad as those people were saying. So he just had to leave that Flagstaff House there. You understand? Just to please this whole Buzia Dankwa. You see, and we gave them 8 years, 8 solid years of what we would have seen to be what they could have done to this country if they had independence. And what did we do? Put us to the pits.
Hey,
there was nothing. 8 years of nothing, of bringing us down. I'm wrapping up. And then we just decide not to even give the airport the name Kwame Nkrumah, Accra International Airport. And then you are all over the place talking about...
So you prefer Accra?
I prefer Accra. I am happy with Accra. And we'll say thank you to the Minister of Transport. We'll say thank you to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for this unifying... unifying name.
Sue, what do you say?
Well,
we have divided public opinion on this. So it's still within the remit of MPP and DC, Gun State, some minorities within the other community also raising.
But I think that the tribal or ethnic aspect is unfortunate. And I don't want to use uncalled for. I mean, to have that kind of conversation in Parliament is the pits. I mean, really, is that the level of conversation that should be going there?
It's the lowest
it's low. I don't know about the lowest because, I mean, things keep going lower and lower sometimes in Parliament, so I can't say that. But it's low. I think that we should, bring up the conversation. Yes, I agree. The name should change. Our gateway to our democracy should not be a name of a coup maker. And when we come to that tribal thing, sometimes I laugh. I said, so was that place named Kotoka because he was an Ewe? No. He was not. It wasn't named because he was an Ewe. No. So it has nothing to do with Ewes and Gans and things like that. You understand? Otherwise, everything also in Accra should also be named after a Ga person. Yes. But no, we should not have that. It should not be about this ethnic group and this is our land and we are going to. We should move. We should move away from that. You understand? Because we are, as much as we don't care where people come from, and there are very few. I mean, if you look at our population, I am sure that there are very few pure breeds anymore. Fantis marrying Gans marrying Ewes marrying Ashantis. We don't have those.
We're becoming more mixed.
We are becoming more mixed, and some people don't care where they come from. So when we do this, it's a certain minority that is doing it, and we have politicians talking up those fires. It does not bode well for us.
You think it's for their own political interests?
It's for their own, because look, the minority leader talking about that Ewes, etc. What he has forgotten, or he has not adversed his mind to that, in 1993, the same MPP went to the Supreme Court and they declared from 1966, they declared all those coups as illegal. They were, at that time, they were fighting to have the 31st December this thing changed. Yes, and so we had that from 66. And it was done by Peter Ajete. This is coming from the MPP themselves. So does he not know that? Was he being disingenuous and pretending not to know that they were the same people who say that coup makers should not be glorified? And so that alone should have been enough for. I think maybe that is why he took that ethnic angle. But we shouldn't oppose just for opposing's sake. If the idea is good, the idea is good. And it is not. We should not try and rile up the guns. You understand that? So I mean, let's revert to the status quo ante. Okay. What it was,
so Accra is neutral enough.
Accra is
nobody's game.
It's nobody's game.
Well, I'm not surprised, Susan. You know, the minority leader is on record when they went to visit the newly elected flag bearer that in the past year, what they were literally doing was to clutch at straws, and they were really, suffering because they had no direction. And it was their hope that the election of the new flag bearer will provide direction. So it's understandable that they keep throwing at these things. What it communicates to us is that
so Accra neutral enough.
I think so, but I wish them well with their new whatever. I mean, but
it's not their new whatever. They've elected a flag.
Yes, so I wish them well. That if now they are not going to clutch, if now they are not going to clutch at straws, I would hope that their influence on him will be that they will lift the conversation up in Parliament. And that they would, the theatrics that goes on in Parliament will be reduced. You understand? So if now they have direction, it bodes well for us if they are going to lift their conversation up. But I think that we should not, I heard then also some Voltaireans dancing, we should not buy into that kind of thing. Okay. We should nip it in the bud.
So to you, it's neither here nor there.
It's not. It has nothing. Kotoka wasn't named there because they wanted an Ewe, and then they decided that Kotoka was the most appropriate Ewe to name.
Sorry, I have to give you a little 2 minutes.
But we have prominent Ewes that have the same. Ephraim Amu, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't Ephraim Amu? I think maybe because Ephraim Amu, you understand, we have prominent Ewes.
Including Ewes that were killed during the 1966.
Obviously,
Ewes
who removed the statue of Kotoka.
So, very
what are they talking about? You started the game and we finished it. I think that...
Children of Nkrumah, it's okay. Please. 2 minutes.
I'm a Voltairean as well.
Oh, you are?
Yes, and it doesn't matter if Kotoka is a Voltairean.
chieftain or not.
Yes, or not. What is important is we want our future leaders to know that it's not a good thing to be a cool leader, and that you'll be even honored and given a whole airport will be named in your name because that's where you were killed. No, I think it's even been something that had been changed long time ago, and even I quite remember President Kufuor pulling down the statue of Kotoka. I think that time the name should have been changed. Yeah, so it's in a very good cause. Coming to Ghana, the first place of welcoming, and you come into the abode of a coup maker. The name is.
So you prefer Accra?
Accra, yes.
So when you're flying and then, from the UK somewhere,
yes,
and it's 50 minutes to descent, then you can say
Accra International, yes. It's welcoming enough, and we love it. We are welcoming it.
I thought you guys were couched out of the ribs of the MPP, so you should be singing their tune.
No, never. Never, please. Don't even dream about it.
With all apologies to perhaps the descendants of, Kotoka. The fact is, I don't believe that fathers should eat sour grapes and the children's teeth
no ill feelings, you say,
set on edge. Yes, so this is not to remind them of anything, but it's an objective conversation about what is a prudent thing to do, in our evolving, national story. And so this is not meant to do anything to them. Yes, but
Shamima, thank you very much. Daughter of Nkrumah, foremostly. And then
President Mahama would be addressing the Zambian Parliament later
yesterday
today.
He was being trolled for wearing batakari.
Well, you see why what he's doing is important. They didn't understand what some called it a blouse.
No, but at the end of the day, I think that it speaks volumes to the fact that we need to be well Africanized and conscientized.
And that's what he's doing. Wherever he's going, he's promoting the Ghanaian fugu and everything. They didn't know that fugu was a rich African.
All right. I have a couple of messages. Shamima, thank you very much. Rodel Inayana, thank you as well. And then Gloria, Hajia Gloria Amenu as well. And then Susan Idua Mankwa, thank you as well. So I have NewDay Gatukwe. Please ask Shamima whether the Ghana Airways is also being considered by this government to be brought back.
Yes.
Did you? Oh, it's being considered.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There was a committee set, and even the transport minister
I think I read something
gave us an indication of a timeline.
And then Sam says that inflation fell from 5.4, not 5.12. Okay. All right. So those corrections will be made. Kofi Amenin Kukru says inflation, again, the correction should be 5.4. I didn't notice when I was on air. And a couple more as well. But thank you for your views. I can also see a couple more, the 2,300 people who are watching. A couple of them have given out. I see Yao February says our own Shamima Muslim. Hey. Obrimpon Kaba says, keep things being lower and lower in Parliament. Hey, Mami Bagbin. Bagbin will not be happy. It's a parliamentary. It says, Mommy, Bagbin will not be happy with you. And then Elliot Kalal says, I wish the statue of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is built in front of the Accra International Airport. More controversies. More children of Nkrumah are watching. And then Equal Rights says, Apenyo Makin is not playing tribal politics, citing a words against the NDC, but it was the NDC that placed Dr. Ephraim Mahmoud's picture on the 2CD. No, then people came to remove the 2CD note from the system. Hey. Everybody.
History lessons are coming.
Yao February again says Susan Idwama, Madam Susan. No. And then Elijah Kute seems to think that we need to have a price control regime and items need to be scaled to help achieve.
On some items.
On some items.
I think so.
Yao February says we love all views. Yao February. Good morning to you. So I see that you've commented a lot about well. Obin Ponkaba, Prince Nani Aoyol, NewDay Atukwekwe, Ivan Sibensamba, I see all of you. Thank you all for watching. We're going to bring in the latest sports headlines. If you want to look fashionable and smart, make sure you visit any Woodin boutique nationwide. And you have to do that today because Woodin is offering an amazing collection of authentic African fabrics. So they all come in ready to wear in beautiful designs and colors for both women and women. And so you have to choose to be versatile, and then also with your designs, as you also get to be creative. Visit any Woodin boutique today, the one that is near you, or there's one in Accra Mall as well. You get beautiful designs as well. Go onto social media, search for Woodin. Woodin Fashion is the name across social media. We're taking a break. We'll be right back with the latest sports headlines. Thank you, ladies, as well. I've enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. From my wardrobe, I just woke up this morning. I wasn't sure what to wear, so I said, okay, let me just grab this orange piece from my wardrobe and see how it goes.
Hey, then your wardrobe be stuck.
It's too many things in my wardrobe, actually. I need to do a giveaway. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I need to do a giveaway.
I'll support you.
From GMB to Today's Woman. Edorson. Yeah. Coco, I'll bring your black and white outfit tomorrow. I just remembered. Yeah, I owe Coco a black and white outfit. Yeah. Okay. But on a more serious note, kudos on a good job done in Morocco.
Thank you.
Because after Morocco, me who? I said jacket kakra, swag kakra, I walk kakra, Adriane kakra. You really chilled in Morocco. You had a swell time.
I mean,
work and happiness.
Work and happiness is important.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And I'm hearing stuff about, is this Spain and Morocco and Portugal for the next World Cup? They are coming together to host the next World Cup. Is it true?
Yes, 2030 World Cup. Spain, Morocco, and Portugal as co-hosts.
Now, the way they do Ghana, Nigeria, and Benin, so.
Cookie.
Yes.
Cookie Ading.
Why?
It's like you.
It's like what? But the thing has come close to Morocco. AFCON was just in Morocco. They are bringing the World Cup to Morocco. So why can't Ghana, Nigeria, and Benin host the World Cup?
When
is it bigger than us?
When do you want Ghana,
2034. Is it bigger than
2034.
us? Or you want 2038? It's not bigger than us.
2038.
No, but is the World Cup bigger than us? Even the trophy is here at Ivory Coast. So we can do Ghana, Ivory Coast, Nigeria. How about that?
Oh, that would be sweet.
Exactly.
But we have to be ready.
If we put our minds to it, we can do it. If we put our minds to it, these three countries, Ghana, Nigeria, Ivory Coast. And now, Ghana.
You have to do something about the class.
No, it's okay. Ghana, Ivory Coast, and some other country there. The other one there. Good morning to all our Nigerian friends this morning. It's all love. Have you seen what the Zimbabweans are also doing to our president? Our president went to Zimbabwe wearing his fugu, almost wash a blouse.
Wow.
Yeah. But Woody Maya is taking care of it for us. Our able ambassador, Woody Maya, is taking care of the situation for us. He'll be bringing us reports on ground really some time now. That was just, by the way, time now for sports. You know, I was having a conversation with Kudus about a week ago, right?
Yeah.
And I said, listen, I miss you. I know you are injured. I miss you. But in the meantime, I'm affiliated to Man City. I say, hey, Sheye. No, but I told him there's nothing I can do about it right now. I'm kind of sort of affiliated to Man City at the moment because Semenyo is doing wonders. And what they have qualified, and I said,
so there's the EFL Cup competition. It's one of those cup competitions that is played in England.
Okay.
And Manchester City have reached the final officially.
Okay.
They defeated Newcastle 3-1 last night, and that means that they won 5-1 on aggregate.
Correct, so for 77 points.
Very, very solid performances from both legs from Manchester City.
Fantabulous.
Omar Mamou scored twice, and then we had Reinders also score one as well. So Manchester City have qualified, and they'll be facing Arsenal in the final because Arsenal defeated Chelsea in the other semi-final. And that game
because I have a lot of male friends who are affiliated to Chelsea, and you know that win, it didn't, like, you understand. And Arsenal, no, so Chelsea defeated Arsenal.
Oh, sure. In which word?
But some of my friends too, like Engineer Samuel, are on the Arsenal side. About Chelsea and Arsenal, I don't want to talk too much because the supporters they are on both ends.
Yeah, because Arsenal won. Arsenal have qualified. So Arsenal face Manchester City in the final on the 22nd of March this year. So we'll be expecting a very tight final between these two sides.
Okay. Now let's talk about the World Cup.
Yes, but before we talk about the World Cup proper, let's take a look at the World Cup Minute, which has been introduced from now until the start of the 2026 World Cup.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The World Cup is changing and 2026 will be the biggest ever. For the first time in history, 48 teams will compete, including at least 4 debutants. That means more nations, more stories, more dreams alive. 3 countries will host one tournament: the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico, turning the World Cup into a continental celebration. Over 100 matches will take place in 16 cities, the most for a single World Cup. Ghana will play at least 3 of those matches in 3 different cities: Toronto against Panama, Boston against England, and Philadelphia against Croatia. And all the build-up, analysis, interviews, and fan engagement will be here with 3 sports. One game, one world, the biggest World Cup ever in 2026.
All right, so this is the newest, let's say, montage that you have introduced. So 1 minute inclusive of all the bits and pieces.
Yes.
We are looking forward to more.
Of course.
Congratulations. 3 sports. We are not playing at all.
You understand?
Yeah, we ain't
Come
playing.
and join us.
No, but I'm already affiliated to you guys. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think as we inch closer to the World Cup, we need to do more tighter, things together. So we will. Yeah. Michael Otieje, good morning to you. Anyway, what's our next story? Izei on AFCON teams and all of that. What's he saying?
Yes, so he firmly believes that Ivory Coast and Senegal have the potential to at least reach the semi-finals of the 2026 World Cup.
But why not Ghana?
Saying.
So what, you people are writing us off even before we start the game. What is this thing that you are doing?
Okay, so I have hope.
For Ghana?
Yes, but I want to be realistic too.
Which one is the realistic here?
So Otuado says...
That's what?
He aims to get out of the group. And that is what we are going by.
So you people, we are making all this noise, buying all these plane tickets just to go and...
Have you bought yours?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
But I know I'm going. Yes. Just to go and do round of 16 and come back. Or is that what you're like...
Round of 16 is nice. It's good. Is it not?
We're talking about good, better, best. We see good. You are leaving. You know what, Coco? Let's cut this sports segment at this point. No, you are not giving me ginger. The type of ginger that I need you to give me, you are not giving me.
Cookie, don't worry.
Cookie,
Ghana will get to the semis.
Back to what Marcel Dizé
Yes.
said. What did he say?
So
Senegal and Ivory Coast.
Yes.
Just because Senegal won their AFCONs, and just because Ivory Coast, they're also good and they hosted the last 2 AFCONs and now today.
Yeah.
What is it they've done that we Ghana we can do?
Oh, we can do some.
Is it AFCON that we haven't hosted before?
We have to prove.
Is it AFCON that we haven't hosted before?
Oh, we have.
Is it AFCON that we haven't won before, even though we haven't won in the last 40 whatever years? Is it that one? No, I don't think so. Is it? Oh, yes. Hey, no, no, tell me what they've done that we don't have. Like, what is it? Is it the lifting of the cup? Is it the hosting? Or is the qualification to the World Cup? We've always qualified to the World Cup. I mean, what are you talking about?
Cookie, we can do it, but we have to prove.
You let the man talk. I'm not in favor of what he has said.
Let's listen to myself.
What is all that?
Grow quite a lot. I mean, over the years, we are pleased that FIFA has been enough smart to try and give access to the competition to more teams, which now we have this World Cup 48 teams and 9 for Africa, which is great. It's just amazing. So yes, when you look at most of the team now in Africa, you can see that inside the team there is a lot of first choice player in Europe. You see, so the potential is there, the quality is there, the belief is there. So yes, I would say that as Morocco did for reaching the semi-final, Senegal can do the same thing. Ivory Coast can also pretend on something if they get into the dynamic they had for the African Con, the one at home that they played and win. So yes, I believe that. No, but it comes from a long way. We lose a lot of players.
Yeah, I mean, football is football, data is data, analysis is analysis, history is history. But
Ghana will go far.
Yeah, that's all I will say about this one. I love myself, but yeah, that's all I'll say. Let's talk about, my agitated in my spirits, kakra. We are going to support these guys all just to come back after a round of 16.
But now our Ghanaians have made very nice
Do you know
transfers.
the preparation that we are preparing to go for? Do you know what's about to happen?
Have you seen the moves that they have been making?
This is what I'm talking about. Do you see the friendly matches that we are even about to play just to boost our morale and see? Do you know the hospital I've taken Kudus to?
Yes.
People, we will surprise you. We will surprise you. Honorable Kofi Adams, good morning to you. And yes, Adey, me chia me uncle,
you've not mentioned
he's making moves. Henry Asantichum, good morning. They are making moves. They are making moves. Kate, they are all making moves so that we will progress. Stop bringing our spirit down. We don't like that.
Yes, but I mean, ahead of the World Cup, of course, a number of moves have been made by Ghanaian players. And my colleague Andrew Sifa Bamfo looks at the top 5 moves done in the winter transfer window.
Okay.
2025-2026 January transfer window has concluded. And here are 5 Ghanaian players who secured moves from their respective clubs to new clubs. Top of the list is Antoine Semenyo, who moved from Bournemouth to Manchester City for £65 million, becoming the most expensive Ghanaian transfer in the process. Semenyo has already hit the ground running at Man City, providing 5 goal contributions in his first 5 games for the club. Next up on the list is Majid Ashimeru. Injuries have robbed Ghanaians of seeing the best of the midfielder, who at 28 is nearing the peak of his powers. Ashimeru also moved from RC Anderlecht to join Belgian side La Louvre. Jonas Ajeti had no second thought when Wolfsburg came calling as the Ghanaian moved from FC Barca after spending 3 years in Switzerland, joining Wolfsburg on a 4.5-year deal. Ajeti will be looking to add to his 7 caps when the World Cup rolls around in the summer. Fourth on the list is Ibrahim Suleimana. After enjoying stints at Bologna and then Atalanta, Ibrahim Suleimana has rejoined his former club Cagliari until the end of the season, who also will be looking to put behind his injury worries and then stake a claim as to why he should be taken to the World Cup by Otuado. And finally on the list is Andre Ayew. After 8 months, Andre Ayew is back in action, joining Dutch side NAC Breda, who are currently battling for survival in the Eredivisie. Andre Ayew would also be hoping to stake a claim as to why Otuado should include him on the plane to the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
I know that will be one of the debatable elements in the caller for the FIFA World Cup. Andre, I'm sure a lot of people will say, Charlie, Mami fancy ho, it's okay. I don't want to do all on it.
We'll wait on the coach.
We'll just wait and see what the coach says.
Yeah.
Anyway, to our last story, who says he wants to qualify or get a medal for us?
Abdul Rashid Saminu, who is currently Ghana's fastest man because he has the record for the 100 meter, which he sets in 2025. Now, he spoke exclusively to 3 Sports after it was announced that he secured his professional contract with the ASICS, that's a Japanese sportswear brand. And he's stating that he hopes to win a medal in 2026.
All right.
My schedule is not out yet, but it's all put in place. I speak with the president of Ghana, the Ghana Athletics president. So he said, if I'm ready. I said, yeah, I'm ready this season. I'm fully fit, no injuries. New season, I will open my season, my indoor season next month on the 13th at Texas Tech. So African Championships is there. I'll be there to represent Ghana. I'm happy and honored. Commonwealth World Relay, that will be the first major competition in Botswana. So we'll pack our stuffs and come meet over there. And hopefully we come for the gold this time. Yeah.
All right. Pack your stuff. Let's see what you are able to do. All the very best. Bilishan, thank you very much. Welcome back officially from Morocco and from your leave as well. But from now till December, dear, you are not going on leave. I say so. Say amen.
We have heard you.
Okay. You won't say amen.
No, I'm just saying we have heard you.
All right. If you're ready to scratch, win, and live your dreams, Reveal Scratch for Win is here to change your life. It's very simple. You dial *850 *3# to stand the chance to win up to 1 million Ghana cedis in cash prizes instantly. It's easy, it's exciting, and it's regulated by the National Lottery Authority. Just dial *850 *3# or visit www.scratchforwin.com to play now. Very easy steps to follow, 5 of them. Number 1, you simply dial *850 *3#. Number 2, you select your preferred stake amount from 5 Ghana cedis to 2,000 Ghana cedis. Step 3, you choose your lucky card out of 5 exciting options. Number 4, confirm your selection and you enter your Momo PIN. Now, step 5, receive game results and winnings instantly into your Momo wallet. It's very easy, very fun and exciting. Get ready to scratch, win, and live your best life with Reveal Scratch for Win. Up to 1 million Ghana cedis up for grabs. So please make sure you keep dialing *850 *3#. That is the short code to scratch and win. Anyway, we take a break now. When we come back, there will be a lot more here on TV3 NewDay. on TV3 NewDay. And just in case luck was not on your side, or you probably didn't do the right thing and you married wrong, then you would want to be singing alongside the chorus, Bwe Bwe, Obi So Mimuna Bibi, yeah, man. Because this morning on NewDay, we are turning our attention to an issue many people think they understand until it's too late. The reason I'm saying we're talking about the validity of marriage. Now, from where a marriage can legally take place to who is actually authorized to officiate it, and what happens when these rules are ignored. We are talking about that today. Today's conversation could determine whether a marriage is legally recognized or merely ceremonial. Is every church wedding valid? Does every traditional ceremony count? And how sure are couples that their union is protected by the law? This is the conversation this morning. Call your friends, call your family. Please make sure that they are watching TV3 this morning. This is a conversation that everybody would want to be a part of. And our special guest in studio this morning to dissect all the issues for us is Oladele Kweku Aribike. He is head of marriages, Registrar General's Department, and he's also the author of Marriage Registration and Divorce in Ghana, Law and Procedure. Make sure that you grab a copy of this book. If you're already married or if you're planning to do it, please make sure that you get a copy of this book. And as I always do with books here on the show, I'll just randomly open a page and try to read something. And when I opened, I turned to page 29, and it says that the Lord Jesus in Matthew 19:4-6 corroborates the accounts of marriages in Genesis 2:4. Haven't you read, he replied, that at the beginning the Creator made them male and female and said, for this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. And this one is from, you're excited I read this part, page 29 of your book, Marriage Registration and Divorce in Ghana. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are we doing?
How are you too?
I'm blessed. It's a beautiful time to have this conversation because it's February. It's the love month, and it looks like when it comes to marriage, all we probably consider is the love and the emotion and how we feel, but not the validity and what the law says, especially how the marriage is conducted and the venue and all of that. And it's good that you are here this morning. You're welcome one more time.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what constitutes a legal marriage in our dear country, Ghana?
Okay, thank you. Let me say that the law governing marriages in Ghana is the Marriages Act, 1884 to 1985, Cap 127. Part 1 of the law deals with customary marriage. Part 2 deals with Islamic marriage.
Okay.
And Part 3 deals with Christian or ordinance marriage.
Okay.
So for a marriage to be valid under the Part 3, what we call a Christian marriage,
okay,
the law says you should publish bans of marriage for at least 21 days. During the publication of ban, anybody can raise a caveat.
Okay.
If a caveat is raised, you suspend the announcement.
If just one caveat, no, but don't we have to investigate the caveats?
No,
that's
the law
raised?
says if you are publishing bans and anybody raises a caveat, the minister should suspend the publication of bans. And refer the caveat. You refer the caveat to the High Court. The minister does not have power or authority to settle the caveat out of court. No. You refer the caveat to court. It's only the court that has power to remove the caveat. So that's one.
No. So what forms could these caveats be? I could just come and say, oh, the man has a child with me, or I was with this man, or I'm still with the man.
That yes. The caveat should be based on legal ground, not on moral ground.
Aha.
The man is already married to a woman under customary law or under the ordinance.
Okay.
Now he wants to marry another woman. It's a good ground to raise a caveat.
Okay.
So once the caveat is raised, you suspend the announcement. You refer the caveat to the court.
Okay.
If there's no caveat for the marriage, then it means they will issue a license for the marriage.
Okay.
So every marriage should have a license. If there's no license for the marriage, that marriage is not valid.
Okay. So let's get it clear here. It's not just any random emotional or moral caveat that the man is married, but I'm his side chick, so he cannot be married. He cannot go ahead or anything.
No, not that. We're talking about legal
okay.
matters, yes.
All right. Now we understand. Now that you've established that for us, what are the legal requirements then for a marriage to take place?
So once a license is issued for the marriage, a date will be set for the celebration of the marriage. The law says the venue of the celebration should be a licensed place.
Okay.
If the venue has not been licensed, you may have a nice auditorium, good church auditorium, but until you license the auditorium for the purpose of celebrating ordinance marriage,
it's not valid.
It's not valid.
But how do I know that a venue I've chosen is legalized or certified?
The account says Bisa. So you have to ask the minister whether he has been licensed or whether the venue has been licensed. If you want to license the venue, this goes to the ministers. You apply to the Ghana Publishing Corporation.
No. But backtrack a little bit. You know, there are so many venue spaces these days that people build or set up specifically for marriages. So let's say I find a place around here in Kanda that I want my marriage ceremony to take place. How do I know? Or what do I do to know that the place is...
So let me start with the church. If you want to license a church venue, you go to the district assembly. They come and do some inspection and make sure everything is in order.
District assembly.
Yeah. Then they'll give you a letter to be taken to Ghana Publishing Corporation. The name of the church will appear in the Gazette. When we talk about Gazette is notice to the whole world that something has been done. It's notice to the whole world that something has been done. So the name of the church should appear in the Gazette. So if you want to marry, ask the minister to show you a copy of the Gazette in which the church name appears.
Mr. Rebecca, you know what? Slow down for us. You see, for us, the contemporaries, there are a lot of ideas we have when it comes to marriage. My producer, for one, wants to get married in an aeroplane, in an aircraft, you know, above the skies somewhere. His assistant, Anita, wants a destination wedding. What do we do to verify? In all these countries that you're talking about, the same thing must be done for the verification?
You're talking about the law that applies within
Ghana. The you people, please forget it for now.
You're talking about our jurisdiction, Ghana now.
Okay.
Because the laws of Ghana are territorial.
Right. Yes. Okay, so it stays here in Ghana.
Then let me say, based on what you said, we have 3 types of licenses for a marriage. We have marriage officers license used in the church. We have marriage registrar's license used at the district assembly. Then we have what called the special license. Special license for those who cannot publish banns of marriage. Maybe the man is outside the country. He has you this come and spend the country maybe 7 days. You don't expect him to be here and be publishing bans for 21 days.
No, but why can't you publish bans for 21 days if he's not here?
No, you have to be present in the jurisdiction during the publication of bans. Yes.
So the bans of marriage displayed for 21 days requires that the two who are about to get married should be here.
In the jurisdiction, yes.
Okay.
Yes. And bans is telling the whole world that A is going to marry B. If anyone knows of any just cause why the marriage should not come on, you can raise a caveat. So the special license, you come under oath. So that if it turns out that either of you is already married, you'll be held for perjury. Line on oath is perjury. You can be jailed for
You can be jailed for it. Up to how many years?
Up to 3 years. It's misdemeanor, yes.
Okay. But just before we move away from the venue, let me just probably ask my last question concerning that. Let's just say we have the ceremony here in studio, and maybe it's not licensed. If I go ahead, if we leave the venue and we get the signing done in the court, would that make it a properly licensed marriage?
So let me clarify this. At times, you may decide to go to the district assembly to go and sign, to do the legal aspect.
Yes.
Then later, you may go to a church that has not been licensed.
Yes.
In that case, you've already taken care of the legal aspect. So if you go to maybe the beach or a garden, there's no problem. Once you have been to the district assembly to go and sign, or you can go to Registrar General Department to go and do the legal aspect.
Oh, then it means that we can still get married in the aircraft here in Ghana.
That one is just for fanfare.
And then when we come down, we can go and sign it in the district court.
Yes, but whatever you do in the plane will not amount to marriage. Okay. It's what you sign at the court.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now let's ask. So that means that if you have the wedding in a church which is not licensed, your marriage is not legal?
It's not legal. It's not valid.
Okay, so that's why you said we should ask the officiating minister.
Okay, so the venue should be licensed, and the minister himself should be a gazetted minister. You may be ordained as a pastor, but until you are gazetted by the state, you do not qualify to officiate marriage.
Do these two go hand in hand?
Yeah, they go hand in hand. The venue should be licensed, and the minister should be. It's not like the venue should be licensed or.
So if the venue is licensed, minister is not licensed, it is zero, invalid.
Zero, it's invalid.
Or if the venue is not licensed, but the minister is licensed.
It's also zero.
Wow.
Yes, so the venue should be licensed and the minister should be licensed.
Okay.
So some time ago, people were even officiating ordinance marriage under trees in classrooms and all this.
Right.
All such marriages are null and void. And the pastor may be ordained as a minister for 20 years and have been celebrating marriages.
Right.
Until he's gazetted, all the marriages he has celebrated are null and void. Yes.
How do I know if the pastor who is about to bless my marriage is an officiant gazetted?
Yes.
Where do I go to?
No, you have to ask him whether he has been gazetted. Okay. And if he has been gazetted,
but
if
I ask him, he can just say yes.
Then he has lied to you. So if it turns out that he has not been gazetted, it will go against you.
Because how do I even verify that the copy he's showing to me is an original?
Oh, if you have the copy, you can go to Ghana Publishing Corporation to verify the authenticity of the document.
Sorry, because then marriage is a serious matter. Because if I have to be going to all these places to verify before I say I do, then it's a very serious matter.
But these are the legal requirements, so you have to comply strictly. Let me tell you this. Until the passage of PNDC Law 111 in 1995, those who got married under the ordinance, by virtue of the ordinance, marriage could claim to test of your spouse's properties.
Oh, wow.
So it used to be serious business then. But now if you die intestate, you use PNDC Law 111 to regulate the properties.
Okay. Even before we come to that, now I'm sure a lot of people are checking, going back down memory lane to realize that their marriages are probably not even valid at this point. If you realize that your marriage went through the wrong process, can you regularize?
Yeah, so what I advise people to do is that if you get to know that what you did in the past is not valid, you should have a simple ceremony. You can go to the Judicial.
We have to do another one?
Yes.
Oh.
You cannot backdate whatever has been. Even if the vendor has not been licensed at the time you were doing it and later it's licensed, you cannot take retrospective effect.
We have to do another one.
You can have a simple one. Maybe the law says they should be celebrated before, at least before 2 witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not like you having the whole world coming to your ceremony. You can simply go to the District Assembly or Register General Department to go and sign afresh, yes.
So it means that even if it was done wrongly in the past, you can regularize it just
by going to
2 witnesses,
yes.
And then now you officially sign.
Yes.
What if is there a time limit to the regularization?
No, there's no time.
There's no time limit. So long as the two of you are still
alive.
Oh, but in the case of a divorce, in an invalid or uncertified marriage, what do we do? Because I didn't know that it was invalid.
I don't know whether I should say it, but let me say it.
Please say it.
We went to one of the district assemblies some time ago to educate them. And then whilst we were on this, the minister, the coordinating director said something. The man and woman got married under the ordinance.
Okay.
They lived together for years. Then later they were having problems. So they went to court for divorce.
Right.
Whilst at the court, the man got to know that either the minister was not gazetted or the venue was not licensed. He was telling the woman, he didn't marry the woman under the ordinance.
Wow. Yeah, so he got to know.
He got to know that.
But the woman didn't know. So in an instance like that, what can the woman do?
Yeah, so once a marriage is void, it's always so that's why you have to make sure the right thing is in. Because one party can use it against the other. So in that case, you have to seek a legal advice so that you'll be properly advised.
So at that point, there's nothing you can do but hire a lawyer for the lawyer to help you through the case.
Yes.
But is it possible? So what elements can make this woman at least get some properties or get something out of the marriage that's failing?
Even if the marriage is not valid, but you've lived together for years, and if you acquire properties gently, you cannot go empty-handed. The court will look at all this. You have to get something. Yes.
Okay.
And let me say that if you marry under the ordinance, it's only the court that can dissolve the ordinance marriage. You cannot dissolve the ordinance marriage at the family level, or you cannot dissolve ordinance marriage by saying that you are returning the drink back to the other person. No.
You can't.
It's only the court that can dissolve ordinance marriage.
Okay.
And you may be separated for years. You are married under the ordinance, then there's a problem, you're separated. Even if you are separated for 20 years, in the eyes of the law, you are still married to each other.
Okay.
Until you go to court for that marriage to be dissolved, in the eyes of the law, you are still legally married to each other.
Oh, wow.
But if it is customary marriage, it can be dissolved at the family level.
Okay.
Or you can go to court for dissolution of the customary marriage.
Okay.
But if it is ordinance, it's only the court that can dissolve ordinance marriage.
Only the court?
Only the court, yes.
Your family members cannot come and sit down?
No.
Pastors cannot come in? Counselors come?
When it even comes to dissolution, pastors don't have jurisdiction.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But, Mr. Arbike, you are talking about the pastors being gazetted and all of that. How about the people, the officials who take the couples through counseling? Are they supposed to be certified as well?
No, the law does not say anything about counseling, but the law says if you want to marry, you have to publish bans. And days before the first announcement, you should give notice to the minister. Even though it's not a legal requirement, at times for the good of the parties to know what they are going into. So that's the essence of counseling.
Okay.
They will take it through legal matters, how to resolve conflict. They are all good for the would-be couple, yes.
Okay. But what if we had a customary marriage and then later on we now went to sign? Which one holds more
Okay, so
more power?
we call it conversion. If you marry a woman under customary law, you can tell the same woman you marry under customary law to church or to the religious assembly to marry her under the ordinance or under Part 3 of the Marriages Act. In that case, we say you have converted the marriage from customary form to monogamous one. But if you marry a woman under ordinance, you cannot convert it to polygamous form. And the implication is this. If you marry the woman in the morning under customary law, and in the evening you convert to ordinance, once you convert, there's no longer customary marriage.
Oh.
Once you convert to ordinance, the customary marriage has been swallowed by the ordinance.
Oh.
So there's no longer customary. If you want to dissolve the marriage, it's only the court that can dissolve.
So it's not really necessary. If you intend to do the ordinance in the afternoon, then don't bother with the one in the morning. Is that what you're saying?
Let me say that ordinance marriage is independent of customary marriage. So you can marry under ordinance without customary marriage celebration. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't pay the bride price.
No, but the customary marriage, isn't it legal?
It is legal. It's marriage on its own.
Okay.
And what people call engagement, strictly speaking, is the customary marriage recognized by the laws.
Okay.
Yes, so we should start calling...
So the same laws that apply in the court will apply to the customary marriage?
Yeah, we have the incidents of the... For customary marriage, it can be dissolved at the family level.
Okay.
Or you can go to court to dissolve the customary marriage.
Okay.
But if it is ordinance, it's only the court that can dissolve ordinance marriage. Okay. So once you convert from customary to ordinance, there's no more customary marriage. It's now ordinance marriage. If you want to dissolve it, you can only go to court for the dissolution of the ordinance marriage.
Okay.
Then once you dissolve the ordinance marriage, you don't go back to dissolve the customary marriage because there's no longer customary marriage.
Oh, there's no longer.
Yeah.
Okay. This is some good education you've given us this morning. But before you go, can you point out, apart from all these that we've discussed, are there other pertinent mistakes we make or couples make before they get married?
Okay, I'm not only here as a lawyer, I'm also a religious leader.
Okay.
Especially this month of
love.
Love. Love is not about sex. When we talk about love, you have what to call the agape love. You have what to call the platonic love. eros and filio. But people construe love to be what? Sex. It's not about sex.
Okay.
And one thing I've seen is like the men are now sampling the ladies. They'll sleep with this and this and then dump them. And I've been warning the ladies that they should kill themselves until married because for their own good. Don't cohabit with a man because cohabitation is not marriage.
No, but I thought, no, another school of thought says that cohabitation will let you know each other properly before you finally say, I do.
Let me give you this example. A man and a woman have been cohabiting for years. They were having business, they were doing business together as man and wife, putting up a building together. Before the lady could say Jack, the man had gone to marry another woman. The lady went to the pastor crying, but there's nothing the pastor can do. So cohabitation is not marriage.
You would not advise cohabitation?
No, it's not good.
Okay.
Yeah, and the mere fact that you have a friend does not mean that you should be sleeping with the person. You can be platonic relationship, yes, yes.
Okay. So the young women should keep themselves.
They should keep themselves.
And the young men should also desist from just going around and sleeping with the young women, because that's the trend.
I lectured at the law school in family law, and I've been telling them that every woman has a price on her. And so one of the students asked, what is that price? And I said, that price is what we call the bride price. Meaning before you give yourself to a man, the man should pay the price on you. Otherwise, you are telling the whole world you don't have any price tag, that you don't have any value. Yes, yes. So we should take care of that.
This is to all the young women there. And I'm sure all these you've said is contained in this book.
Yes.
All right. So get a copy for yourself. Marriage, Registration and Divorce in Ghana, Law and Procedure. And of course, he's a man of God as well. And he's got a lot of advice for you. Oladele Kweku Aribike has been our guest this morning. Thank you so much for the insights you brought us. But we'll continue because there are so many things that have been misconstrued, so many things that we took for granted and we did not understand. But thank you for the education this morning. It's still TV3 NewDay. Let's take a breather before we wrap up on the show. few reminders for you. Now, if 2026 is the year that you are expecting to explore, to travel, experience more, then Global Wings is calling out to you. Now, Global Wings, in partnership with Media General, invites you to experience the best Malaysia and Singapore trip this April. Enjoy 9 unforgettable days with return flights, luxury hotels in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore, daily meals, visa facilitation, city tours, Genting Highlands with cable rides, intercountry transfers, and so much more. Why do you want to wait? Make your April 2026 in Malaysia and Singapore a reality. Make it a reality for yourself, your family, and your loved ones. You can call 055-0188-181 or 055-3688-398 today for all your inquiries. Let's do birthdays now before we wrap up on the show. Let's go. Salma Tete, Alhamdulillah. God bless you so much. It's your birthday today. It's from your loved ones. Rosalind Felly, oh, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you, Rosalind. It's from Brenda here at Media General. Okay. Bishop Kwame Yabua, Anointed Faith Chapel International. Bishop, more life, Bishop, more life. In Lengsong Mbiba Intana, happy birthday to you, cute one. Patrick Elikem Sosu, it's your birthday as well. Happy birthday to you. Simon Ekubans, happy birthday as well. Louisa Inkum, young one, happy birthday. Mrs. Mabel Ada Matters of Uganda Kumasi, age with grace. Wilhelmina Nano of Botiano Hills, God bless you so much. It's from Nano, all the way in the USA. Madame Jackie, happy birthday to you. It's from Nanaba. Vivienne Azuri, fire officer at Dodowa Fire Station, is from Habi. Happy birthday to you, Vivienne. Juanita Mensa Dache Hima, happy birthday to you. Mamaga Dorothy Kuji of Waja, happy birthday to you. Veronica Owusu Amponsa of Teshi Aboman, happy birthday. Andrea Nana Matechua Ejiri, happy birthday to you as well. Grandma Florence, happy birthday. Jerry John Mills, wow, that's an interesting name. Happy birthday to you, young one. Jerry John Mills. Aishetu Yeboa, happy birthday, is from Bridget Ofosu. Mrs. Vida Asabri, wishing you good health and long life, is from Mavis Anane. Moving on to celebrate Mr. Kojo Obenchireboa, Managing Director and owner of Dua Company Limited at Aguna Swedru. Happy birthday, sir. Osborne Nyama Boydi of Pencil Tree Preschool in Kumasi, it's from your parents. Happy birthday. Hilda Ama, it's your birthday as well. Enjoy your day. Angela Sapoma, Calvary YPG and Church Choir, it's from Reverend Walter. George Alote Abrahams, happy birthday to you. Ruby Nadu, happy birthday, Ruby. Isaac of Wayat Media, God bless you. Georgina Ofori, happy birthday to you. It's from Mawena. Sana Odrowa Asafo J. Tama, happy birthday to you. Kofi Nyantechi Owusu, happy birthday. You're 5 today. Andy Sakodie, happy birthday to you. This one is from the head of news, Alfredo Kanse. All right. Gloria Kafui Mensa, that's a pretty dress. Happy birthday. Oh, we can't do the rest. I'm sorry, we can't do the rest. Richard Abe Jr., Blaubi Richard Abe Jr., happy birthday to you as well. Enjoy your day. God bless you in all your endeavors. Have a blissful year ahead. Enjoy the rest of our programming. We will be back 6 a.m. tomorrow. I am Cookie. I did this with Roland Walker.